lives up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The National Assembly has endorsed the appointment of 2 cabinet nominees to lead critical government ministries following recommendation by the Committee on Appointments. The House will, however, meet this morning to debate so that it can, as a whole, approve this in a report tabled before Parliament yesterday and signed by Speaker Moses Wetangula, who also chairs the committee. Lawmakers approved Geoffrey K. Kiringa-Ruku as Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs. Hannah Wendort Cheptuma was also cleared to assume the role of Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture, Arts and Heritage. Wetangula signed the committee's 5th report with the National Assembly stamping its official receipt on the same day, marking the formal adoption of the recommendations. After today morning, it shall be official that the duo will now wait to assume office after their swearing-in ceremony at State House, Nairobi. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has targeted senior Kiambu County officials, including Governor Paul Kimani Wamatangi, over alleged fraudulent deals worth 1.5 billion shillings. According to an ASCC statement issued on Tuesday, the early morning raids, which were conducted in multiple locations, resulted in the seizure of 12 million shillings and 13,000 USD dollars in cash from the governor's residence, funds suspected to be the proceeds of corruption. Wamatangi has, however, dismissed the allegations as politically instigated. These are some of the supporters who are happy over his release yesterday after being grilled by the DCI for more than 6 hours. The crackdown follows a lengthy investigation into alleged financial malpractice in the county government. ASCC CEO Abdi Mohamud confirmed that investigators had gathered significant evidence, including financial records and digital data, which could be critical in prosecuting the case. The Ministry of Health has investigated claims of possible organ trafficking in the country. Health Cabinet Secretary Ednah said the ministry received concerns about a rise in foreign nationals, especially from Israel, receiving kidney transplants within the country. To look into the matter, the ministry formed a special team of experts that included doctors, transplant specialists, ethicists, and we also had government officials and medical regulators. The team carried out an investigation between December 5th and 8th, 2023, and found that while all kidney donations reviewed had consent forms, there were gaps. In some cases, it was not clear how the donor and recipient were related. Some medical tests were also done in India without ministry approval. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka insists that a former chief of Defence Forces, the late General Francis Agolla, who died in a helicopter crash last year, was taken out. On Monday, government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura dismissed the claims a day after the Wiper leader challenged a government report which concluded that the helicopter crashed due to engine malfunction.
Our chief of Defence Forces faded, or did he die? The late General Agolla. His story is all over in the print media today. Allow me to repeat, I never like to talk much about my own experience, but I pray, I prostrate before the Lord, and I know that General Agolla was taken out.
At the same time, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua reiterated opposition leaders' commitment to ensuring that President William Ruto fails to get re-elected in 2027. Gachagua said they'll announce the flag bearer of their grand coalition by the end of 2026.
Wanajaribu kutuunganisha ati vile tunaweza kosana mapema, sisi wajinga.
Hakuna, hatuwezi kosana. Kwani si ni wajinga? Tutakaa namna hiyo hatuseme kitu, tutaongea huko December 2026 tusema ni nani. Kwa sababu tukisema saa hii watatukoroka, si ndio? But I want to assure you, the people of Ukambani, we as leaders are patriotic and will do the right thing.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Good morning. Take a look at what's happening on the streets this morning as we get into the middle of the week, and traffic is starting to build up on the Thika Superhighway. We'll see a little bit more of that as you then come through to traffic hour. It's not looking too bad right now, not clogged up just yet. And even on Ombaso Road, that construction seems to have been completed, at least for now, and when there's going to be a continuance, we'll see. And then we need to make sure that we keep things moving. There's not much happening coming off of Langata Road, not now. The Eastern Bypass is looking good. Jogo Road, as you get towards Landy, is also flowing free, not a problem, not now. We're getting off into a good start into Wednesday. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour and keep each other informed and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to see what you're going to do. How are you this morning?
Salama, nashukuru.
Salama. It's hump day.
It is.
Yes, getting into the rest of the week, and here we are, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to face the day. How was your day yesterday?
Nashukuru. It was pretty warm in the afternoon, but yeah, nashukuru.
Okay. It was hot.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It was
hot.
Blazingly hot.
Yes.
And very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I knew that at any point it was going to rain, and then it did not.
It did that thing City would say, "Ngo."
Okay, what is it that I would say, Dennis?
The rain looked at you and said, "Ngo."
Ednah?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold.
Okay.
CT, good morning. I see the rain looked at you and said,
"Good morning, Do."
Oh, good morning, CT. How are you?
Fine.
You know what I've just gotten?
No.
And I need you to explain to me exactly what this is. I've just gotten what looks like it's a snack. You people call it. In fact, you know what it is? It's that thing that you guys were telling me that's delicious in the morning. That it's the ugali that you had the night before.
Oh.
And then you have it in the morning. Am I supposed to eat it?
Yeah.
No. Usually what you do is you balance it on your head.
Play hide and seek with it.
Of course you eat it. What else do you do with ugali?
But like it's like from the day before.
Okay.
But it's supposed to be delicious
No,
today.
it actually has a fairly flat taste.
Yeah.
But you will actually enjoy the taste.
Yeah. It's been marinating all night, so yeah.
Well, okay.
Yes, it has a bland taste.
Now have
But
it with
it's not like
have it
as
with
boring
black
as
tea.
I thought it would be.
Have it
No,
with
it's
black
not.
tea.
I don't have black tea.
I have black tea.
I'll coffee. Yeah. I'm going lipstick all over your cup.
It's okay. No one will judge.
No one will judge you. Yeah. Hey, Ednah, have you seen what's happening inside here this morning?
We've been informed that she has lipstick.
Oh. I told you I was going to get lipstick all over your cup. Look at that. I'm sorry. Oh, that's nice tea.
I told you.
But then it goes really well with this. How have you people been keeping this? People are not nice. How have you keeping this secret from me all these years?
Keeping what secret from?
The day before ugali was
Are you aware?
leftover
Are you
ugali
aware
in
of
the morning.
Are you aware of the number of times I've mentioned that in the studio with you present?
But you know the thing is, when it's actually here and it's in my mouth, that's totally different. Ednah. Yes, well done. I'm going to continue this thing. I will
Please chew away. In fact, sorry, my munch away.
Ednah said it's a snack.
Just don't balance it on your head.
Your head. Oh my lord. Okay. So the night before ugali, leftover ugali in the morning with a tea, a cup of tea
you
is a
slice
thing.
it. It's very good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What is it called?
Don't warm it. It's actually good cold.
Yeah, true.
I'm just tickled that Ednah remembered and like she brought it this morning. I'm just that has just made me happy. So Ednah, how are you this morning? You're very well. Well done. Oh, so as we greeted each other and I had my ugali and tea. It sounds so weird, but okay. Yeah. Welcome to Wednesday, everybody. And another day of Kenya's biggest conversation. We love to do it, and already seeing that a number of conversations that we will have today. Now that we've established that City and Dennis are doing well, and that Ednah, is after after my health and wealth, then we know that the world is a better place, and I'm here for it. Sawa. All right, so let's tell you about some of the conversations that we will have today. At 7 o'clock, we're going to have a conversation around the allegations of the irregular organ transplant procedure at Medihill Hospital. And it's going to be their response. It has taken essentially the country and the world by storm over the last couple of days. And the question is, do we have do we have organ trafficking? Do we have organ harvesting? Do we have voluntary organ donation? Are people complaining? Are people receiving money? Well, we are going to hear all about that from Marilyn Lima, who is the Vice President of Operations at the Medihill Group of Hospitals from Eldoret, and she'll be with us here at 7 o'clock. So you want to listen into that conversation for sure. And then at 8 o'clock, we will talk with John Ngugi, who is John Doogie, who is the Chief Commercial Officer at Family Bank. We'll be looking at enabling business growth and sustainability. How do you actually start it and how do you keep it? Claire Korir and Peter Muturi are the Directors of Product and Senior Technical mentor respectively at Moringa School. We're going to be looking at the recession-proof careers, why tech is one of the safest bets today, why you want to go into this sector, and what proofs there are. So that conversation we will then have at 9 o'clock. That's what Kenya's biggest conversation looks like this Wednesday. It is Hump Day and we are getting into the last days of this week. It is Holy Week, so tomorrow is Monday, Thursday, followed by Good Friday, and then of course into Saturday, Easter Sunday, and then Easter Monday. So we are in the Holy Week, and those are the things that are happening. Sasa, tunataka kuwasalimia. We know that all of you are in the room this morning and already clicking in. It's good stuff, and we are definitely here for it. And so we just get into it this morning. A very good morning to you, Charles and Decker. You say good morning to CT and Dennis. I'm going to start in the middle because, why not? Boston is busy, just as Kenya's politics. Apart from information and education for yourselves, you are my stress therapist as well. Where. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed.
Really great to hear this morning, of course. Good morning, Spices. This is Chris Mora. Angor is tuned in. Beautiful lady also. Thank you for doing that every morning. Soup in Nigeria is called igusi. Actually, it's not, Don Sabwa. One of the soups in Nigeria is called egusi soup. It is one soup that is made from the melon family, and so it's one of the very many. I think we easily have over 500 different kinds of soup.
What's that soup swallow. Where you put everything? You put crayfish, you put fish.
See, now all soups generally, remember I keep telling you that our soups are named for the ingredient and not the protein. Okay. Here in Kenya, you name your soups for the protein, or your stews or sauces for the protein. My question,
that soup which has all manner of seafood.
It can be, there's fisherman soup, there's okra soup, there's ogbono soup, there's egusi soup, there's edikaikong, there's
all these soups have some form of sea life in it.
You will do egusi soup and you have beef, you have dried fish, you can have bomo, cow leg.
Bomo is who?
Bomo is the skin now.
Bomo, oh yeah.
Okay, so you do your soups with all of these ingredients. Or if you decide that you're going to have fisherman soup or okra, seafood okra, now you just use seafood. You do fish, you do prawns, you do crab.
From what I gather, these soups are a meal unto themselves.
The soup, but you have to eat it with swallow now.
Yeah.
Swallow is who?
Swallow, it can be fufu made of cassava, eba also made of cassava. It can be pounded yam. It can be amala, which is...
What on earth is yam fufu?
Yam is now like the ugali, but made out of yam. Then fufu is the ugali made out of cassava. Then you have tuwo, which is like now ugali proper because it's made out of maize, corn. Okay. So there are different kinds. There are lots of food in Nigeria, lots of food.
Their palate is wide, man.
It's great stuff. And I'm already hungry as we think about it. But okay, so what were you trying to say at the end of the day, Don? City, you look a little bit confused that you were a minute ago. So you said in Malawi you say soup is msuzi. In Kenya it's mchuzi, isn't it? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, Stanley Ngashe, we see you. How did our Mute Grannies FC, a football team of grandmothers aged 50 to 75 from Elgeyo Marakwet, perform at the Grannies International Football Tournament in Limpopo? They did that actually. It was interesting to see.
Well.
They did well, didn't they?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so Angor says, good morning, Leah. Leah, good morning. Anne is greeting you. Good morning, Team Kubwa. Listening in from Kigali is Michael Olande. And Wairimu Danson says, good morning. Madam Ndru, CT, Dennis, Salimia, my daughter Clara on air. Clara, daughter of Mwalimu Duncan Umisalimiwa. Good morning. How are you doing? Hello, the Spicy 3. Ednah. Oh, yeah. Uyo governor wa Muranga County anasema ukizaa mtoto 10K if you marry. Okay, I don't understand.
Just read it.
Okay. Amesema, this is the problem with pronunciation, rather punctuation here. Anasema ukizaa mtoto 10K if you marry pap 10 kwako. Now I'm on my way relocating to Muranga. Oh, okay, I understand, it's true. If you get married, you get 10,000 shillings. If you have a child, 10, you also get 10,000 shillings. So you people want to go and start doing like that, eh? Okay. Yvonne says, good morning. Love to start my morning with Spice. Well, thank you so much. Kemto says, Chamge Spice family all the way from Nandi, have a productive Wednesday. Thank you so much. R says in Diosisi, good morning, great to have you here. Good morning, tuned in from Mombasa says Robert Mbogo. Leo says hello Princess Ndu. Good morning, CT and Aseto. Princess Ndu would be kind and sing happy birthday to Leo's queen. Leo, your queen, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Leo's queen. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Desmond Oti says Leo Baga looks serious behind the mic. She's serious, so it's not a small something. Zach, good morning, Spice family. 10,000 lakes in the States here. High five to the opener, Lydiah. Everybody's so happy to see you. Good morning from Australia, says Hillary. Hissa is also tuned in from Attack and says, good morning, that's in Uganda. Good morning, from Team Doha. Of course, we see you guys. Ndu CT Dennis, and indeed, corruption is our biggest problem. What is someone doing with 13 million shillings cash in their house? Where? That's a question. Peter from Kericho says, good morning, Team Spice. Yesterday's show was great. Asante Sana, watching from Arizona. We hope that today's will be even better. Mashari and Jero says, good morning, Team Spice, watching from Portland in Oregon. Alaska in the USA is where Kili is tuned in from this morning. Joe Mungai also says, good morning from Bonnie Lake. Shame on my people of Kiambu. What did they do? When a suspect is arrested, it doesn't mean they are guilty. True. Let the law flow.
In this country, you are innocent until proven what?
Guilty.
Yes, not guilty until proven innocent.
That's what the law says.
Yep, that is what the law says.
I hate to judge, says Ken Courier, but CT has this demeanor of a successful parent with children living happily abroad, and he's ready to join them soon. Even the Unaka.
You really do need to appreciate the freedoms we have in this country.
They just express themselves.
Yes.
Good.
And thank you very much for expressing that view.
Yeah.
Even the Unaka.
Yes,
that is what
we welcome more perspectives and we welcome more comments. Thank you. What's the name again?
His name is Ken Courier.
Yeah.
Ken, thank you very much.
Linus Gitonga says, good morning. Good morning, Ndu. Ask CT if he read a set book called The Concubine. This is Douglas Kibogong who is asking you this.
Yes, by Lachi Amadi.
Yes.
Yes, I did read the book. I actually even taught it. Yes.
And he's asking, what was in the mind of Malala's those days about Eastern Nigeria? I also remember children were involved in the play. Yeah, could have been done then, can be done today.
Well, if you're talking about literary commentary on the lives of a people, almost every country on this continent has had writers who have actually gone out of their way to portray the realities of their country. South Africa had a slew of them. Alex Lagum in The Fog of the Season Ends. Others even won Nobel Prizes for their work. You're talking about Elachi Amadi, you're talking about Wole Soyinka, and the list goes on. And then you're talking about musical artists. You're talking about people like Ransom Fela Kuti and the songs that they sang. Yes. Art as a way of expression is a way of human life.
True.
Yes, and it's not something that can be extinguished. It's really just as simple as that.
Indeed.
Yes. In fact, what you'll find when a people have been oppressed, you will find that is when the literature that comes from that particular region is at its peak, whether it is songs that are being sung, the soulful nature of the songs and the impact of the songs, the writings, that is when you see them.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, great to know. Pastor James Nganga has said that he's operating a military chapel, not an ordinary evangelical church, and military general orders must be observed while in church. Okay, my prince, good morning. Agolla, you say hello. Good morning. It's Wadao. It's really nice to finally put a face to the voice. Yes, Leia's been on your screens for a couple of days now. Good morning from Laikipia, says John Gishuki. Good to have you here as usual. Nyadi Chukunzire says good morning. My day is made sasa. Thank you so much. Good morning, Team Spice. Tuned in from Overland Park in Kansas State. Mr. Bali says, good morning. Jambo Sana SpiceFM from the Indian Ocean City. Okay. Good morning, Indusiti Dennis. Boston is as busy. Yes, we saw that. Good morning, SpiceFM. Wamatangi tanked. Okay, says Ben. Isaac Babji, Bwangi Juma. Joseph Okondo says, good morning. How far Nigeria is equivalent to Kenya? or you're asking how far is Nigeria equivalent to Kenya. I remember you asked that question. Why are you saying why we like saying otherwise? Okay. I'm not quite sure, but there are very, very many differences, but there can be parallels that can be drawn. Carol Nyambura says, good morning, have a blessed day ahead. Thank you so much. Sarah Kilons is tuned in and says, good morning. Baraza, we see you. Good morning. Otkin says, Jumbo Spice, Sister Ndu should try deep fried ugali slices. Ednah Meskeyo. Bernadito. Restituto Nduku says, good morning. Today I saw Leah. Yes, you did. Good morning from Germany, says Frida. Saslak says, Jumbo. Jumbo says, inspiring. Don K is also here. Georgia Koff says, good morning to everybody. What's the Parliament trying to do with the Auditor General? They're trying to give her the powers to make sure she can go ahead and ask for investigations. That's it.
But just ask. Do a little more than just ask.
Just do a little more than just report.
Who she can actually investigate and the depths to which she can actually investigate. And also the promptitude with which the investigations and the findings will be made public.
Indeed.
Yes.
Emmanuel Koske and Martin Kilel are also tuned in this morning, as well as Vinny Mwangi, and says, Spice is home. Well, welcome home, Vinny, and always great to have you in the room every morning. Yes, the County Secretary for Kwale has said good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
Has agreed that cold ugali in the morning with tea is the thing.
Black tea.
Yes.
Sylvia Chidodeleli, good morning to you. And CT, we are still in Malawi.
We are.
What's our problem for today?
Well, our problem for today is actually a very simple one. And it talks about good behavior. Okay? Let me read it and you'll understand why I'm saying. But before I read it, tell me, do you know the longest country or the narrowest country on the planet?
Narrowest?
Yes, it's narrow. I mean, some countries have a belly, some have a bullet-shaped head, Longest, meaning it's lengthy.
Yeah.
Yes. Chile.
Oh, Chile.
Chile.
Okay.
It's narrow, but it's long. There are those who claim it's the longest, but there are those who claim no. It's actually Brazil, because if you measure the extreme north and the extreme south of both countries, Brazil is 3,708 kilometers, whereas Chile is 4,270 kilometers. So, yes.
Okay.
Yes. What I've been told by my relatives who are younger than me, that is called a fun fact.
Fun facts.
See, I'm learning.
You're learning.
Yeah.
A fun fact. I like the way you said it very slowly, but okay.
Yes, so that it can be understood. Fun, fan, fame. Anyway. Do not be like the mosquito which bites the owner of the house.
Yeah.
Don't be.
Be other things, but not like the mosquito.
The person who's offering you home, health, food.
Be grateful.
Then now you want to come and
don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you, literally.
Yes.
Usiteme bigiji kwenye karanga ya kuonjesha.
Well,
that's a song.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes.
Sour. Sour. It's okay.
Yeah.
Shall we look into the headlines really quickly, and then we'll look into the stories in detail? On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, flying coffins, and you wonder what? Well, the Defence Forces Air Wing is in free fall. An initial probe into a crash that killed General Francis Agolla and his entourage blamed engine failure. But deeper investigation suggests that the surviving fleet is in even worse shape. Outdated tech, missing parts, and poor maintenance paints a grim picture. It's not a question of if another crash will happen, but when. Those who perished, and look at them in order, well, not in order, but those who perished in this crash. Of course, there was late General Francis Agolla. There was Brigadier Swale Saidi, who was a Commander Combat Engineers Brigade. There was Colonel Duncan Kitani, who's the head of Operations Defence Headquarters. Lieutenant Colonel David Sawe, who's a Staff Officer Instructor. Captain Hilary Litali, General Ogolla's aide-de-camp. And Senior Sergeant John Kinyua, who's a flight technician. And Sergeant Cliffons Omondi, who's General Ogolla's bodyguard. So that's what happened. And the question is, not if, but when. And so those are some things that need to be looked into in terms of maintenance. And things to take care of. All right. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua seems to think that somebody wants him dead. So yesterday in the morning, he posted on X and he said, my life is in danger. I believe that's what the post was. But now in this story, he says, somebody wants me dead, in a letter laced with startling allegations against top security officers. Hey, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has claimed his life is in danger. Okay. Now, e-citizen owners struck jackpots. Contract documents reveal the government is expected to pay private companies behind e-citizen hundreds of millions of shillings for various services rendered. Yani, oh my God. We will look into the details of the story, but you know, that's why I agree with some of the comments that we see every day. Somebody's like, "Whoa, what is going on?" Then yesterday in Parliament, and I'll read that story to you as well later, members of Parliament said, CS Treasury, you're playing with us. You've not given us money. So you're coming here tomorrow. We lock that door. You're not going out unless you've told us that you've sent money, and we want to see evidence. If not,
you know, the most amazing part is there is a court order saying that money should not be given to them. So yeah,
CDF, blah blah.
Anyway, let's go to the Daily Nation. Ruto's string of court losses, a failed attempt by the Kenya Kwanza administration to have a judgment blocking the sale of 11 parastatals suspended, adds to a growing list of controversial policies by the government that have been thwarted by courts. On the plan to sell the state farms, judges cited public interest and the potential of irreversible harm. Now, Privatization Act 2023 quashed the attempts to get a temporary stay rejected, and the Maraga-led task force on reform police quashed in April. These are just some of the court cases that the government has lost, including health sector reforms task force quashed in February, task force for public audit debt suspended last year, case yet to be determined, and Adani deals for the revocation and development of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport cancelled after public uproar, and health laws quashed last July but decision suspended for 120 days to allow Parliament to undertake sufficient public participation. And a new university funding model quashed by the High Court but reinstated by Court of Appeal pending appeal. Now, House team rejects TSC's list of 25,000 promoted teachers. MPs have rejected the Teacher Service Commission's promotion list of 25,252 teachers, calling it unfair, biased, scandalous, and a fraud. And the president, no one can stop me in 2027. Opposition leaders have no alternative development agenda to offer Kenyans, just empty rhetoric, says the head of state. And the state admits bumps in SHA rollout. Public Health PS Mary Muthoni assures Kenyans that the government is streamlining the Social Health Authority as part of efforts to achieve universal health coverage. So yes, SHA iko na shida, ndio, but we will work in making sure that it is sorted out.
Sawa. Okay, we'll look into the Sawa. Sweetie CT.
QT.
I hear you. And I'm happy.
Fantastic.
I am happy. You know, when you start the day and you agree to the terms of endearment, you're doing well.
Okay.
You're doing very well. Business Daily, top right-hand corner in life, the section on life, meet President's Royalties pastry chef. There's a person with a picture. This is a person who's supposed pastry, and cakes, and those other things.
Yeah.
Yes, pastry. And then in the intelligence section, on credit ratings, African governments and corporates must hang together or continue to hang separately. That is a quote by Nderitu Mredhi. Tullow Oil Tullow cuts losses with 15.6 billion Turkana asset sale. Tullow Oil will sell its Kenyan assets to Gulf Energy for at least 15.6 billion, ending troubled 13-year stay in the project. Okay? Kenya renews push to ban Mitumba imports. Kenya is considering banning Mitumba imports, risking its trade ties with the U.S. in the wake of the reciprocal tariffs imposed by President Donald Trump.
It's about time, if you ask me.
It is going to open a can of worms, and my friend, ban it when you have an alternative.
Absolutely. And that you've seen the alternative is working and it is sustainable.
Yes, and let it even compete favorably so that the transition is more or less seamless. You ban it, you will create an uproar that you do not need.
There is also a conversation around Mitumba coming into the country, the feeling that it is an opportunity for the West to dump waste in Africa, in the sense that if you look at the Mitumba that we import, almost 80% of it just ends up in the landfills. So perhaps the government, as you say, needs to come up with an alternative that will work, that is favorable and which will compete with that and force Kenyans to jump into the garment industry as well.
The question that I would ask, if what you say is true, I'd like evidence to support it. Because from everything that I have observed from the time I was a student, and I loved going to Gikomba to buy shirts, there are shirts, garments, and anything wear for everybody.
Boss, you can buy a top, or you can buy clothes for 50 shillings.
Yes.
So, and until and unless you're going to be able to provide that kind of option for people within the market, then stop it. People will go to the market with 500 shillings and kit their children.
Yes.
1,000 bob will kit a family, a family of 4 kids.
Remember, what we consider second-hand in this country is threadbare, meaning actually it becomes duster. You know what duster is? Okay.
It's a mop.
Yes.
Oh,
but
okay, like, okay.
It's a cloth used for cleaning things.
the house.
Yes.
I get it.
But if you go to the West, remember, when seasons change, people actually dump their clothes.
They
Sometimes they buy it because they want it, and they never use it, and they dump it. There's a long story of what comes here, and one where it comes from before it actually gets here. And as I said, if you look at beginning from what they call camera, okay, that may be a factory reject. Factory reject means
there was one button missing.
Yes, the thread went left instead of right, but it's actually new. It is an interesting and complex trade, and the psychology and the benefit of it that have been derived, you will be removing it, and you need to ask, when you remove it, what are you going to replace it with? But let's ask the more pertinent question, who is pushing this? Because this is not the first time this has been pushed. Okay?
I think that's the story we should look at when we come back from the break, because we need to look at that and look into detail.
Right. Kenyans lose millions on crypto trading platform. I don't understand this thing, and I'm sorry if you've lost money. So let me read the headlines. Bang in the middle of the paper. How Congo local ownership rule has stalled NBK sale. Access Bank, this is a Nigerian bank, required to cede 45% stake in DRC unit. That is what the Nigerian Central Bank had said. You cede, then you get our approval to proceed to buy the National Bank of Kenya. Why? I do not know, but that is what they said. Manslaughter. Body by design owners granted $1 million shillings bond. Okay. Right. On the left, top right-hand corner, there's a story, a commentary by...
On the left top right-hand corner. That's a great place,
Yes, top right left-hand corner.
Okay.
Top left-hand corner.
Got it.
Right. There's somebody called by the name Asenath Mwithiga. Says, Butere girls didn't just walk off stage. They made history. Did they now? Page 17. Okay. 4 suspects. Now, this one you are going to love.
Here we go.
In case you didn't know, this is the way things go, and this is how the law works. 4 suspects in garden ants smuggling case held for 7 days.
Boss, I even know the word for ant. Siafu.
Yes.
Ant.
Yes.
Tintily ant.
Yes.
20,000.
Yes.
1 ant.
Yes.
What does this ant do, I beg?
This one. See, they are just ants. Yes.
Is it a delicacy?
I wonder, my brother. I don't understand. This ant, what does it do that you now look... Where did you even see it that you take it and then now somebody put it under a microscope and said, this ant, I can fetch you 10K.
Well, this is an opportunity for us to discuss ants and to discuss what you can export out of the country and what you cannot, and why these particular ants, because there's diversity. Why this particular ants, yes, Siafu is of such importance. Okay? Then back in the middle, there are 2 things. Ford K meets, they met Ford K, resolves to take over ANC regions. How the headline has phrased what I've just read is, Weta plots to edge out Mudavadi as Lydiah king.
Of course.
That's bang in the middle of the paper. Then there's a picture of the governor of Kiambu, him speaking to the media, and a picture of what is referred to as a stately home. There's a picture of money. And the thing is, we don't know that this is money that was found in his house. We just know this is a picture of money.
Actually, yes.
We saw money that was being removed by EACC officials in bags. They removed it from his house.
We saw the money first, or we saw the bags?
Both.
Okay, and it was a lot of money.
Yes.
Proper.
And how do we know it was only 13 million?
We could have been more. Maybe they didn't check inside the auntie's room.
Yeah. So it was just $13,000.
Pounds?
Dollars.
$13,000.
There was Kenya shilling and dollars.
Yeah.
12 million was in Kenya shilling, then 1 million was in USD.
Okay. So it's a lot of money, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And
just chilling in there.
And it isn't money that he was keeping for development?
Yani mboga na maziwa?
No, development, for heaven's sake.
A development.
This is government. This is a government.
Okay. He was just holding it for the government.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's possible.
It's usually not done via wire transfer.
It was wired to his house.
Wired, and then he kept it in his house.
Then he kept it so that when the appropriate time...
I can also wire to you via M-Pesa.
You can wire to me. You can
wire by sending
you can bring it in person.
In the office.
You still wired it.
Yes.
No. Wiring doesn't mean it has to
go through
the air before it gets to me. No.
Yeah.
Wire is just a term.
Yes,
exactly.
I don't know you. Everybody's
but this one, these are some of these things which, when they happen, you think it's an incident. Then, as it develops, I wonder what would happen if they did this to all the governors.
You would have no.
Yeah, that's where my mind went.
You know those times when these guys are on top of Land Cruise and whatnot. Just open those cars. Open those cars.
And find out what's in there.
Find out what's in there. I know there's usually like a stool that you can stand on while addressing people, but underneath the stool.
Where?
All these cars have boots, don't they?
Oh, yeah. But you need it close to you so that... Anyway.
Wait, let's take a look at weather and traffic. I beg.
Okay.
And then we'll come back and look at stories and details, but we must look at that Mitumba story, and then we'll come and look at, 13 million or not. Good grief, what are we doing?
I think when you come back, you also go through Taifa Leo.
Let's see. It's 18 minutes to 7 o'clock. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
We'll see sunny conditions in Nairobi, currently 17 degrees. It's 15 and sunny into Nakuru, while at 15 it is sunny in Nyeri. 12 degrees and partly sunny into Eldoret, and Mombasa at 25 is sunny, with sunny conditions at 27 in Malindi. 20 and cloudy into Kisumu, and 17 and cloudy into Kakamega. It's raining in Kampala this morning at 19, while sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam. 13 and cloudy into Johannesburg, while at 27 Mogadishu is cloudy. Addis Ababa at 14 is cloudy. 28 and mostly cloudy in Lagos, while partly cloudy conditions at 24 in Kinshasa. It's sunny at 22 into Beijing, while cloudy at 9 degrees in Paris. It's cloudy at 9 degrees in London, and partly cloudy at 10 in New York.
Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at how things may have changed over the last few minutes, and traffic is starting to build coming in from the Thika Superhighway out towards the city, but it's confined right now just to survey. There is a little bit of traffic around about Kiambu Road, and we're also seeing some traffic as you then come in, in from Chiromo towards Westlands. So that loop is doing a little bit of a crazy dance this morning. As you're on Ombaso Road, you're fine into the city, and then coming in from the Eastern Bypass, in from the Ruai interchange, we're starting to see a buildup of traffic. So it looks like it just might be a busy Wednesday morning. We want to keep our wits about and talk and keep things moving. We'll do that. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Biggest conversation into Dennis and CT. We're looking through the papers and seeing what is making the headlines today. Okay, Taifa Leo, Dennis, just give us headlines.
Real quick. Tutakulinda kama Wakenya wengine, polisi wamjibu Gachagua. Mvua ya gharika itakaribisha msimu wa Pasaka, wataalamu waonya wa Kenya. You know what Pasaka is?
Easter.
Yes. Gharika?
I tried, but Pasaka is as well.
Heavy rains. Ni gozi la kukanyaga mtu shingo UEFA.
Easter and heavy rains and then UEFA.
Yeah, that's
one
sports.
story?
That's sports. No, that's sports.
Oh,
Yeah.
we've moved.
So, bro,
That's true.
Oh.
Use a comma.
In sports,
Ay,
ni gozi la
in
kukanya.
Kiswahili, chief, in Kiswahili.
Michezo. Ni gozi la kukanyaga mtu shingo UEFA.
Okay.
Yes.
Somebody's neck has been stepped on.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty much that's it for today. Yes.
Where?
Wakazi wa Kondele walivyolipukia na Ruto must go Raila aliposhindwa AUC.
Sawa, tumesikia.
Sawa, umesikia. Haya, si twende mbele.
Sisi, there's a song. Okay, anyway. Siti, utuambie story ya Mitumba tafadhali.
Unataka niwaeleze story ya Mitumba? Hapana, mimi siwaelezi. Okay, na waeleza.
Si sorry.
Bwana we.
City.
Right. What we are talking about is Kenya considering to ban second-hand clothes imports, risking trade with the US. I don't know how it is. This is going to happen. In a new policy on cotton, textile, and apparel sector, the Ministry of Trade and Investment blames the deterioration of the local textile sector on the high importation.
Apparel sector can refer to different industry.
Google. Sorry.
I'm going to strangle that guy. Let me not spew violence on air. Right. Let me start again. The Trade Ministry blamed the local on high importation of Mitumba, saying that time has come to take action on the dumping of second-hand clothes in Kenya. This narrative needs to change because this is a business that people have been involved in this country for the longest time. In the Moi era, there were attempts to do precisely this, okay? But this happening against a backdrop of what? Remember, we did have a budding textile industry. And the support system for that textile industry existed. It too was budding and it was heading towards the point of thriving. We even had textile factories.
We did.
We had them in Thika. We had them in Kisumu. Eldoret. Cotton was being grown. We had them. People who went to train in India came back. Now, during that period, yes, there were sales of second-hand clothes, but it was not as proliferated as it is now. Those industries died. Simple. Kwisha, done. So the issue of local competition also died.
Do you know what? People should just even stop wasting their time and shouting, sweating up and down. Just stop it. You want, in fact, say what you want. Oh, it's a dumping ground in Africa. Oh, they don't want. Stop it. The truth of the matter is that those who are invested in the trade are spending money to bring those bales here.
Yes.
They come in on ships. Are you paying money to the sea, the gods of the sea? No. There are individuals on the other end of the thing who are receiving money. 1. So it is a thriving business. 2. Those clothes get bought.
Those clothes get taxed.
Exactly.
They are not tax-free.
Free. They are taxed and then people buy them. And then at the very bottom of the bale, literally, that's when now they start selling them. Did we not have a conversation here? There are people who buy them to the last bit, even then for
Believe
10
me,
shillings,
they are
5
sold.
shillings.
Yes,
they are sold. Until and unless you have a textile industry that is making sure that you can provide clothes in an efficient manner and at an affordable price across the spectrum of society. Imagine, just keep quiet. I don't even talk about it because you've put Kenyans in a position whereby, and it's not just Kenyans, by the way. Have you been to some of the thrift markets? It's not just Kenyans who go to those markets.
No.
This one on Gong Road, Toy. Everybody and their uncle go there. You even have diplomats and their families going to shop at Toy.
There's a saying along Toy that they sell their clothes. They pretty much dump their clothes in the West, then come buy them back.
So what are we talking about? If you don't have a
conspiracy theories.
and today he has drunk that water.
Second time I hear him spewing some theories.
They dump it, then they come and buy their own
clothes.
clothes
Even in those
back.
countries,
They have
Please.
thrift stores.
They do.
They have
This is the thing
thrift
people don't
shops.
understand. They do.
They do. There are
Yeah.
thrift shops. If
Yes.
you walk along the streets of Paris, you will see thrift shops.
Walk through the streets of any major city in the
They're
West,
there.
they have them.
So what are we talking about?
Even now, there is a term that is being used for second-hand clothes. So people, instead of buying, exchange them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And it is a business.
Yeah.
Can I tell you what we call in Nigeria?
Yes.
Bend down boutique.
Bend down.
Bend down boutique.
Oh,
As
bend
per
down.
Bend down.
Do you know what we used to call it when I was young? Sunshine Boutique. Because it was out in the open.
Is it pretty much the same thing that was Freemark back in the days? Okay, there was Freemark in Eldoret. There was one in Eldoret. My dad took me there. It was camera clothes and whatnot. Freemark in Eldoret near Uchumi supermarket.
How old are you that you're saying back in the days?
Back in the days, my days. Yeah, back in the days, my days.
Oh, back in your days.
Back in the days, my days.
Yes.
Sorry, don't be angry.
It was Freemark.
Yes.
You know, I'm taking the mickey out of you. You understand? The point is this. You read this article, it's being spoken of, it's being presented as though, well, there's this 10% tax that was, yes, levied on. But you must contextualize the 10%. Who else is being taxed 10%? Our neighbors who were supposed to benefit from Agolla, whether they did or not is irrelevant. They are being taxed more than we are.
Yeah.
So Kenyan products are still what? Competitive.
They are.
Yes.
But even then, if you look at the argument that the CS is making here, he's making the argument that the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative flagged Kenya's tax policy on second-hand clothes and clean energy stoves, as well as price subsidies on key agricultural products, as a barrier to trade, prompting the tariff action by Mr. Trump. So pretty much what Trump has said, with our second-hand clothes that we're sending to Kenya, there is higher tax levied on that. So as a result, I'm equally just putting in 10%.
Do you know something? The reason why that trade thrives is because the garments or whatever it is that people buy, it's not just garment, it's a diversity of things.
It's cookware, it's shoes, it's house, it's linen, it's curtains, it's bed sheets, it's everything.
It's rucksacks.
Yeah.
It's everything. The thing is, people buy them because they last and they're quality. True. That's the fundamental difference. True. There are things that are imported from the country of China which are spanking, they're new.
You'll wear them in the morning and by evening,
if you're lucky.
It's not there no more.
Shoe can open up for you within an hour.
And say hi. Exactly.
But you see as well, even when you talk about imports from China, it's just based off the quality standards that we've set for ourselves. Because I was following a certain conversation online where the products that you consider to be designer and whatnot are all designed and manufactured in China, but they go to the United States, but that is the quality and standards that they have set for themselves. What are the quality and standards that we as Kenya have set for ourselves?
If you don't have an industry to speak of in the first place, which one is quality and standard?
But you are being polite. There are things that are made specifically for export to these third world banana type countries. True. Okay, shiny, that thing. You breathe into it, it disintegrates.
And but it's not just clothes, eh?
Yeah.
You will find that even folks who manufacture, who in the industry of certain products, you will find that some of the beverages that you take, some of the beverages that you get here, and then if you have the opportunity to travel, take that same beverage, my friend, you'll be shocked.
It's like day and night.
Yeah, it's like day and night because they know where they're sending it. But let me tell you, until and unless we become serious. Until we become serious, and it's just linked to the whole aid conversation. Until we become serious and say that you're going to input protectionist policies, that you want to make sure that your industry is flying, until you do it and it is sustainable. Imagine, don't just stop it. Don't even wade into the water. Don't even start talking about how we're going to ban it because one thing. Just stop it. Allow the thing to continue. People can wear clothes. The woman who is going to sell vegetables in the morning can take 500 shillings and dress her children. I beg, leave it alone. Until you have an industry that's working and you put the policies and implement them, just stop it. Don't even talk about it because we don't have your time. So, can I tell you another story?
Tell us another story.
E-citizen owners strike a jackpot, or they've struck the jackpot essentially. Contract documents reveal the government is expected to pay private companies behind e-citizen hundreds of millions of shillings, but various services rendered. So every time you pay 50 bob, they were telling us yesterday that they make 700,000 shillings a day from your 50 bob, all of those payments. But why it belongs to a private firm, only Jehovah knows. A consortium of 3 technology companies running the controversial e-citizen platform were given sweeping powers and an opportunity to mint billions from taxpayers seeking government credit services, according to a secret contract signed as soon as President William Ruto took power. The contract, signed on the 25th of May 2023 between ICT Authority on Hand and webmasters Pesaflow and Olive Tree Media, stipulated that the consortium was to be paid 50 million shillings within an annual fee of about 1 billion when the government onboarded over 8,000 services. Currently, there are 22,000 services being accessed on the platform. Further, the consortium was to rely on the skills of technical personnel who were to be paid between 27,000 and 53,000 per day to keep the system working. Anyway, unangalia to 27k, 28k, just make sure everything is sustainable. 53,000, cool, in the bank at the end of the day. Got it. So now they're showing you how those things were done. That you'll just be earning money, and it's a platform for public services in the country, but for some reason it's owned by private firms. I don't know, have you seen something like that before? The contract finally lifts the veil on what has been a layered and secretive deal of how the money generated from provisions of government services is handled. Yesterday, MP's quest to determine how much money has been generated by the system since it was created in 2013 were unsuccessful, as the e-citizen consortium did have sufficient information. Sawa. So at Ujui, you still don't know where your money is going, but just be knowing that there's a lot of money. 700k per day. Do the math.
Yeah.
We are
700 times 3, 56 and a quarter days. Okay.
Per day?
Yes, please.
Per day.
It's nice, no?
It hadn't sunk.
Now it's
now it has sunk.
And you see, the government wants to even onboard more services on the e-citizen platform. So that 700,000 is going to increase to 1 million plus.
A day will come when all this will have to be explained.
Proper.
And that day is not far away.
You will tell people what exactly is going on.
What kind of agreements do we get into as a country?
Once again, those things will come to light eventually. If you think that the governor of Kiambu had foreseen a day when his house would be raided and whatever happened to him yesterday would happen?
As he's looking.
Do you think he had foreseen it? No. And it did happen, did it not? He is but the first of governors who is going to go through this transparency process.
Yes.
City, you have been in this education sector for a very long time.
Yes,
and pretty much you know some of your students who are into the tech industry. And
I do.
Yes. Are you trying to tell me that this country lacks personnel to come up with a system that can handle government business?
Chief, we have local firms who can do literally anything you hear us importing from God knows where. We have right here, and they function right here. Yeah. Even this thing you hear, this company called Delarue has been doing, and then we got somebody else called from Germany. There are companies here in Nairobi, here along this road, Mombasa Road, here, who can do the same thing.
If not better.
Yeah, so, cheaper, better. So, your question is answered, I believe.
It is.
Yes.
It is. We just choose not to give services as expected to.
No, we create it so we can eat it.
It's really not complicated.
It's really not complicated. You create it so you can eat it. That story of we don't want to give people the chance, opportunity.
You change a system and you ask, okay, you've changed it. If it works, nobody will complain.
Yeah.
You change it, then it doesn't work.
Then it doesn't work.
Then
people start looking for
you.
you.
They start asking, so this thing, we changed it. Why exactly? Because the other one had problems, but not like this.
Yeah.
Yes. And then you change another one and people ask, okay, the other one, yeah, it had hiccups, but then somebody else comes and tells you, this one could just have upgraded it. Oh, you could. And yet you've been told it can't be upgraded. So you keep asking. We have elections, okay? Wait and see and listen to what we are going to buy, what it's going to cost, and why we need to buy it. Questions will arise. What about the other one?
Indeed.
When we bought it, was it supposed to last a week? Or just,
or just a tad longer?
Yes.
Or are you just supposed to breathe into it and it disintegrates?
Exactly.
What exactly was supposed to happen? Hey, well, we're getting closer to 7 o'clock, where Marilyn Limo, who is the Vice President of Operations at the Medical Group of Hospitals in Eldoret, will be in the hot seat. Good morning. It's 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah. Ubaga Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has urged the church leaders to correct the government with love, insisting that their roles are complementary to one another. He said that sometimes there has been tension between the government and faith groups, which is not a good thing, as they are meant to complement each other.
Tunashukuru vile mnatuombea, praying for the government, because the Bible says there is no authority except that which comes from God. And to say that is not to say that you must not correct us when we go astray. Please correct us. What we plead for is that you correct us in love. Don't talk to us as if over and above the correction you have other issues. Your role should be to correct us and bring us back. So correct us in love. And we are listening, government. We will listen. We will adjust where we are not doing well, and your input suggests that we do it differently. We will incorporate your views.
The Deputy President insisted that the government sees the church as a complementary institution that helps in the struggle to better the lives of the people of Kenya and to change their social and cultural well-being.
There is no contest. Those two offices are different offices. The office of the king and the office of the prophet, but complementary to one another. They are not in competition. And that is why all the wise kings, no king will go to war unless he consults the prophet. Church and the government have common objectives. Na mnajua ya kwamba the government continues to fight crime in our midst, to fight social evils including corruption and other evils that undermine the development of our country.
A witness lined up to testify in the 1.1 billion Canada and Finland education program case has admitted that he was refunded extra money by a college. William Ayabe told Senior Principal Magistrate Peter Ndege that he was given back over 1.2 million shillings despite only paying 1.072 million shillings. Ayabe testified in the case facing Uasin Gishu Senator Jackson Madago and two county government officials, Meshach Rono and Joshua Lele. Mandago, Rono and Lele faced 10 counts of conspiracy, theft, abuse of office and forgery in the alleged embezzlement of money deposited by parents in the county's trust fund account. The three allegedly conspired to steal the money from a bank in Eldoret between March 1st, 2021 and September 12th, 2022. Mandago also faces 3 charges of abuse of office when he was the Uasin Gishu governor. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua says the opposition is aiming to form a coalition to remove President William Ruto from power come 2027. Speaking in Machakos, Gachagua said the coalition will officially announce their leader by the end of next year. He said he and other opposition leaders are holding talks with various communities to determine their political future ahead of the general elections.
Wanajaribu kutuunganisha ati vile tunaweza kosana mapema, sisi wajinga. Hakuna, hatuwezi kosana. Kwani sisi ni wajinga? Tutakaa namna hiyo hatuseme kitu, tutaongea huko December 2026 tusema ni nani. Kwa sababu tukisema saa hii watatukoroga, si ndio? But I want to assure you the people of Ukambani, we as leaders are patriotic and will do the right thing.
Meanwhile, Gachagua has continued to accuse the government of using excessive force when it stopped students from Butere Girls High School from performing the Echoes of War play.
Na hii shida yote unaona Kenya ni kwa sababu ya kumwaga damu ya watoto. Hata mkoloni, the British colonialist alikuwa pale kwetu kwa mlima. He never went for the children. Aliwachana na wamama na watoto. So tumepata utawala unapigana na watoto wadogo. Watoto wakiandika vitu hapa kwa mtandao, wanashikwa, wanatekwa nyara, wanauawa. Umeona watoto pale Butere wametoa mchezo ya kuigiza. Hata wakati wa Moi kulikuwa ridiculous. Moi never took any action.
And Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, on his part, has reiterated that the late former Chief of Defence Forces, Fred Agolla, was taken out.
Our Chief of Defence Forces faded, or did he die? The late General Agolla. His story is all over in the print media today. Allow me to say, to repeat, I never like to talk much about my own experience, but I pray, I prostrate before the Lord, and I know that General Agolla was taken out.
That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. Traffic.
What's going on with traffic this morning? The sun is trying to peek through those clouds as you get into Wednesday morning proper. There is traffic on the Eastern Bypass. That makes it a bit slow as you're coming off of the Embakasi area out towards North Airport Road. That's doing the thing. There is some traffic on Outer Ring, in and outbound, but you know, you'll get through without too much of a problem. On the Thika Superhighway, a little bit of traffic as you come through towards Vey, and it's also starting to build on Kiambu Road. We're seeing traffic building on Limuru Road, coming west towards Wayaki Way, and then onto Ngong Road this morning. And then heading in a southerly direction, a little bit of traffic on Langata Road as it takes you through the city. But that's just the beginnings of traffic hour. Not much going on. We'll have a look at what's popping and you'll help us out. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
6 minutes after 7 o'clock. Our live streams are up on Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room. Whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, or on X, Karibu Sana, our audience on KTN. Good to have you here as we get into this second hour of the conversation this Wednesday. Ndu City and Dennis with you here as we go into conversations around many issues. We get into a conversation this hour that essentially has formed part of rumblings and chatter over the last couple of days, and we'll do that this morning with Marilyn Limo. She's already in the hot seat of the Situation Room, and she is the Vice President of Operations at the Medihill Group of Hospitals in Eldoret. Marilyn, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Karibu Sana.
Thank you, Asante.
This is the Situation Room, and you're in the hot seat of the Situation Room. Yes. So, Karibu, and let's welcome you, first of all, to this show. CT goes around the African continent every week. He comes back with a proverb from a different country, and he wants to share that proverb with you this morning, and then we'd like to get your interpretation of that before we get into the conversation. All right? Okay.
The proverb: do not be like the mosquito which bites the owner of the house.
What do you think about that?
Just give me a minute. I'm just thinking about it.
Do not be like the mosquito who bites the owner of the house. Okay. Yeah.
Breathe.
It'll be fine. All right.
Now, let me give you a disclaimer.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot be wrong.
Okay.
Whatever you say will be your interpretation. In fact, the beauty of Proverbs is that you can interpret it the way you like.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so
There's no right or wrong answer.
No, even if you try, you can't be wrong.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay, so tell me, what do you think we're saying what do you think we mean when we're saying, do not be like the mosquito which bites the owner of the house?
What I think is, do not betray the person who have given you shelter.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Easy to do, isn't it? Right.
It's simple, straightforward. Yes.
Okay. All right, let's get into this. Looking at different things that have happened over the last couple of weeks, actually, and then a little more so into the last couple of days. And I want to start off with you telling us what the Mediheal group of hospitals does. What are you involved with?
Thank you so much. Mediheal group of hospitals started in 2004. Started their journey in 2004. It's a group of hospital with 12 branches. The multi-specialists with neuro and spine surgeries. That's brain and spine surgeries, which we have done more than 5,000 successful procedures.
Okay.
Intravitreal fertilization. We have done more than 10,000 procedures. Kidney transplant. We have done more than 400 successful kidney transplant so far. Again, pain management, which we have successfully done procedures more than 3,000 in the group. We are also dealing with orthopedic surgeon. That is reconstruction and joint replacement.
Okay, orthopedic surgery.
Yes, that's orthopedic surgery. So, Mediheal group of hospital is a big facility. We offer primary and secondary and tertiary services. The main branch is Eldoret branch, where we have all the facilities. We also do children clinics. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So how long have you been in existence? How long has the hospital been here?
More than 21 years.
21 years?
Yes.
Okay. So these activities that you talk about, you've been involved in these activities for the span of the 21 years that you've been in business, from orthopedic surgery to kidney transplants to successful IVFs. These activities you've carried on over the last 21 years?
Yes, we have over 21 years. Mediheal group of hospitals started in 2004 with women wellness, actually. So as a fertility center.
Okay.
And then over a period of time, more than now that 20 years in healthcare industry, it has gone to this high level.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, taking all of those things into consideration, and as we get into the story of things that we've seen, with what you've said that the hospital does and how long it's been in operation, the CS, the Ministry of Health, yesterday then gave a directive that an audit needs to be done of the Mediheal group of hospitals, and that it needed to look into that and other transplant facilities countrywide following an expose on organ trafficking. And this was then going into the need for the development of guidelines to curb unethical practices. This came from the office of the CS yesterday. Why would he make such a directive?
Thank you so much. I would like to say that we are facing some challenges and allegation from international press. Actually, we got an allegation that there's transplant which are done, not procedural. But what I would like to tell you this morning is Mediheal group of hospital wishes to categorize and state that all transplant procedures carried out at the facilities strictly attached to the legal and the procedures of the hospital. We will also like to make absolutely clear that the patients are coming with their own donors to the facility. The facility is not involved in sourcing and selection of donors to the facility. So the clients come themselves to the hospital, and the procedures are being followed accordingly.
Okay.
So again, it was also alleged that the facility are taking money from the donor. I will also further like to state that all the procedures are followed, and the formal affidavits are signed by the donor, where there's no financial inducement.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Marilyn, let's take this step by step, shall we? And just talk to us about how these procedures actually happen. For us to get an understanding of then where these allegations have come from, give us a step-by-step procedure of what happens when, for example, a transplant is taking place at Medihill. How do you start? What is done? What is the procedure?
Thank you so much. Our patients come from local Kenya and international patients.
Okay.
So to be categorical, we have those patients who come directly to our facility through outpatient. So they go through the physician, investigation are made. So if this patient is having a renal problem, the patient will be referred to the nephrologist. So the nephrologist will do investigation that is from outpatient. The patient will do his investigation. If he's having the kidney failure, the counseling will be done to this client, and he will be requested. We start to bring the possible donor, the willing donor.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And if we also get patients who are referred from other facilities directly to the nephrology clinic.
Okay.
So we have the doctor there, so they come direct to the clinic.
So these patients who present themselves to hospital, whether it is through outpatient or inpatient, are unwell.
Yes.
They are unwell. And so what is happening is a normal transplant procedure that would happen anywhere. Is this what you're saying?
Sorry?
A normal transplant situation that would happen anywhere because a patient is unwell. Is that what happens?
Yes.
Okay. Where have the allegations of payment then for organs come from?
Thank you so much. I would like to state that Medihill Hospital is not part and parcel of this money. The money which the facility receives are the services which are rendered to the client. So this issue of money has been exchanged with Medihill. They are not part and parcel of it, actually. That's what I can firmly tell you.
So let me ask a question. Up to date, how many kidney transplants have you conducted at Medihill to date?
To date. More than 450.
The ministry says 372, and from that, it is from, you say, local and international patients or clients who would come to you. But there is a case of lack of proper documentation in terms of the relationship between the hospital, the donors, and the recipients. Is that the case? Because it is the basis upon which the ministry, or rather the health ministry, is investigating Medihill, because there are reports that even some of the HLA tests that are taking place in India have been done against the requisite provisions available in the law. Would you refute that, or where do you stand with these allegations being put by the ministry?
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have not actually received the formal communication from the ministry. I think that is today's press, which we will get back to the ministry with the clinical team and board of management. But I would like to tell you that we stand, and I can confirm to the public and you that all the proper documentation are being taken. Starting from outpatient to the discharge of the patient. Consent will be signed by the patient. The affidavit have been taken. We also take a video conversation with the client before the procedure with this consent. Yes.
There is a young man who was interviewed in that expose who clearly says that he came to your facility. He came there and he was promised 600,000. After the procedure, he was given 400,000. How would you respond to those claims that have been given by a patient who's directly pointing fingers toward the institution?
Thank you so much. Yes, we have heard it, but I I cannot. I'm not very sure, and I don't know actually. The facility are not aware how the money was exchanged.
If the money was exchanged.
If the money was exchanged.
Did this young man come to Medihill for a procedure?
Yes.
What were the details of this procedure?
The details of this procedure. This patient came with this recipient. They came together directly to the outpatient.
Okay.
So normal procedure and protocols were followed, even the legal.
Okay. Let's start. Before somebody even comes to the hospital in need of that procedure, and before they come with the donor, are there not tests that are done to determine whether this particular donor and the organ they plan to donate will be, what's the word that we use?
Compatible
with the patient?
Yes, we do.
So we are saying, therefore, that this particular case, this process and others that are needed were taken before they came to the hospital.
Yes, they were
And they were given notice ahead of time, and they knew the day on which they would come to the hospital.
Yes.
So then the hospital was aware of what was going on?
Yes, it was like any other normal patient.
Okay.
Yeah, the patient was like any other patient that we have served, these 450 patients.
Okay, let's not confuse ourselves here, Mary.
Yes.
Let's be very clear.
Thank you.
You've mentioned just a few minutes ago that this gentleman, who is in this story by Deutsche Welle, which is a story that was done, right? That's not a secret. He said that his kidney was removed with his consent, and that there was money that was paid to him. However, the amount that he was promised pre-procedure is not the amount of money that he was given post-procedure. But you've just said that he came with his recipient. How would he know who a compatible recipient would be if he had not had a prior conversation or activity or engagement with the hospital? I can't just show up at hospital with Dennis and say, well, I want to give my kidney, and Dennis looks like the right person to get it. So what exactly would have happened for him to then be in a place where he then does come
with
his recipient?
I think you didn't get me right or clear. So I'll put it this way. This patient, what I can tell you, I'll not have that much detail about this patient, but the patient came like any other patient to our facility. So when the patient comes, we have many patients who come to our facility. When we saw this allegation, that is when I went to check the file with the team to understand how he came, and so it was normal like any other client. So cross match was done, and they were compatible.
So why would he be given money?
We are not aware about this monetary part. The facility is not involved about that part of money. Yes.
What I want to ask is, when this particular story came out, was the hospital contacted by Deutsche Welle? Did that German media house contact you to ask you about what it is that they aired?
Thank you so much. Yes. They didn't. I can say they didn't actually contact, but they tried contacting our chairman who was outside the country.
They tried contacting the chairman?
Yeah, but at that particular time, he had lost his father. So he was not in the country. So he was not even reachable. So they went ahead and did their story. So we just saw it in the media.
So there is also...
hold it. So there's nobody else who is in the structure of administration and leadership within the hospital who Deutsche Welle talked with or spoke with?
Okay, thank you. I was called myself to the facility when they were taking photos.
Okay. So Deutsche Welle had people who work for them who came to the hospital?
Yeah, and took photos.
Okay, so they physically came and they were taking photos. Had they sought permission to take photos?
No.
If they were to seek permission, who would they have sought permission from?
From administration.
Administration?
Yes.
Who in administration? The head? Okay, your administrative structure.
One, it was the chairman and the director and the vice president is me.
Yes.
But all these people were not formally communicated.
So they did not formally communicate with any of you? They didn't write to you in advance to tell you they were coming?
No.
So you didn't know that they were coming?
Yeah.
And so you were called that they were taking pictures.
Photos. So then I requested them, we discuss what is it actually.
Oh, you actually asked them to sit?
I requested them.
Oh.
So, and then I requested them, let the chairman come from outside the country, then you can have a discussion, then you'll be able to answer your questionnaires.
Yes.
That is how we left each other.
I think let's leave the matter of Deutsche Welle aside. But
thank you.
What the ministry says is they received a letter from Transplantation Society dated 20th 2023 with concerns over increased Israeli nationals receiving kidney transplants in Kenya. A simple question would be, how many Israelis have you done the procedure for in the country? Just a number. We're not asking in terms of who they are. And as well as the kidney transplants involving trafficked foreign kidney donors had taken place specifically at your hospital. Is it true?
It's true, 18 patients.
18 patients from Israel
Yes.
followed the law.
Yes.
You have documentation to show that?
Yeah, we have the documentation.
Why
They
would
came
that-
with a medical visa.
Why would that be highlighted as a concern by the ministry?
I'm not very sure why it has been highlighted, but if the investigation is done, our offices are open, we can provide the documentation, no problem and no issue with that.
What procedures were done for them?
Sorry?
What procedures were done for these 18?
For the 18 patients?
Yes.
Yeah, they came with the medical visa after the investigation have been done with their own doctor nephrologist there, and then the patient was referred to our facility.
What procedure was
kidney
done
transplant.
for them? So kidney transplants were done for these 18 Israeli nationals.
Over a period of more than 5 years.
5 years, but there've been 18 of them. Yeah. The question is, why did they have Mediheal specifically as the institution where they were going to come and have these transplants done? That's one part. And were they recipients only? The 18 who came to Mediheal to have these procedures done, were they recipients of organs?
Okay, thank you so much. For your information, Mediheal Group of Hospital Africa are tourism in health. So not only Israel patients are coming from Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi. Among now Israel's, we have received also patients from UK.
Okay.
So it's more than 10 countries I can mention. Thank you, but let me address this one for Israel. The Israel patient came with their medical visa. They were referred by their nephrologist from their country to our facility, and normal procedures were being followed. They came with their donors.
Were they recipients?
Yes.
All of the patients who came were recipients. And where were the organ donations coming from?
I'm saying the recipient came with their donors.
Why would a recipient and a donor come from
After
Israel
the investigation
to
have been done there, then they came here. After the cross match was done there. Yes.
They came to Kenya with their donor?
With their donor. And then another cross match was done again by Mediheal.
Okay.
Yes.
This is my question, and it's very simple.
Thank you.
Where are the donors from?
From their country.
Why
Israel.
would they come, a recipient in need of an organ, together with their donor, leave Israel and come to Kenya for the procedure?
Oh, thank you. Because of the success rate. Our success rate is 99%. And it's known everywhere in this world. Yes.
Okay.
That's why I think even this country is coming up and the international press are really trying to press us down.
But you see, according to what the ministry says, it is mentioned that information from Israeli sources themselves, from those that came to you, indicate that several kidney transplants involving trafficked foreign kidney donors had taken place specifically at your institutions.
No, that one I'm not aware, actually. I don't want to answer something which I'm not sure. That one I'm not aware. Yeah.
I'm going to go back to this question, and I'd like you to just make it a little bit clear so that we can, if possible, remove suspicion around this. What we are saying, essentially, according to what you're saying, is that Mediheal is so good at what it does when it comes to organ transplant that people from around the world go through a nephrological procedure. They do the match with they have the facilities in their countries to do this procedure. They are even finding a match. They get all of these things done in their own countries, and then for some reason decide to come to Eldoret to get the surgery done.
Thank you.
I want to understand why that happens in that manner. And I've asked where the donors are from, but you say, so they come in pairs for kidney transplants. They come along with their own donor. I want to understand again why.
Okay. Thank you. There are tests and procedures and investigation which are primary, which can be done by a nephrologist in everywhere, by any doctor. But the transplantation is done by specific facilities. One of them is our facility. I'll speak only about our facility. Being having experts, good expert doctors. Number 2 is the infrastructure. And number 3 is the equipments that we have and modern theaters. Yes.
I want to ask you a question. The patient from Israel, together with their donor, would come to medical hospital based off your track record. But my question is, these are international patients that are coming into the country. In terms of you doing your due diligence to make sure that the donor is not being trafficked into your facility to donate their organs, do you go through such background checks, even extending it using the ministry, Foreign Affairs Ministry, or even contacting the Israeli embassy to just find out that both the patient and the donor are in Kenya, rightfully so, after getting clearance?
Okay. Fine. Thank you. Thank you so much. What we check from we follow the world standards. So what we check from them is like their passports, that their medical visa, and they come with the affidavits from their country and the letter from the authorities. So, and then they will come and follow here what is our procedures that we are following here. Yes, they will also sign from our side and they will confirm. Yes.
Let's take a break at this point, and we're going to come back and continue with this because it's necessary for us to get a few more details in terms of what's going on. And then why would the fingers then point in this direction where the question is being asked? Do we see that there's organ harvesting happening? Is there organ trafficking? What exactly is going on? To the point whereby the Ministry of Health is saying, you know what, we need to do an audit of what has been happening and an audit of these procedures. Marilyn Nimo is here with us in the studio this morning. She is the Vice President Operations at Mediheal Group of Hospitals in Eldoret, and we're looking into this question. We'll be back after this break.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial star 858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi. It is 17 degrees, 15 and sunny into Nakuru, and 15 and sunny in Nyeri. Eldoret is sunny at 12, and 25 and sunny into Mombasa, while Malindi at 27 is sunny. It's 20 and cloudy into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 17 is cloudy. It's a rainy morning in Kampala at 19, while at 24 Dar es Salaam is sunny. Johannesburg is cloudy at 13, I beg your pardon, and cloudy at 27 in Mogadishu. It's 14 and cloudy in Addis Ababa, while cloudy conditions rule the morning in Lagos at 28. It is cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa. All right, at 27 minutes going towards 10 o'clock. Traffic this morning, rather 8 o'clock. It's still starting to build in different parts of the city. It's busy on the Thika Superhighway coming in from Githurai. Then you're going to have a break as you get through towards Kasarani out towards Garden City. And then it's going to clog up a little more as you get onto Survey. Busy on Kiambu Road. And it's also busy coming in on Limuru Road this morning. Take a quick peek at Ngong Road and not too bad here. Some traffic right around the roundabout heading towards Valley Road in one direction. The Eastern Bypass is proper traffic bumper to bumper through towards North Airport Road, in and outbound traffic on Outer Ring. And so it's busy as we step into traffic hour. Let's see what happens and we go through it with your help, keeping things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So there was a story yesterday that came out that it is possible that a number of individuals are donating their organs, but not just donating, but doing this for a fee. And that possibly the group behind this is the Medihill group of hospitals. And we're having that conversation this morning to find out, right, is there any truth towards these allegations? This coupled with the fact that there have been a number of stories that have been done by some international media and individuals saying what may or may not have happened to them. Marilyn Limo is the Vice President of Operations at the Medihill Group of Hospitals in Eldoret, and she's here with us this morning as we look into some of those issues. So now, how do we... The procedure is important for us to understand that the individuals who named Medihill Group were very specific. They didn't say a hospital. They named the hospital. Why would somebody talk about receiving money to donate one of their organs? And also giving testimony that this happens often.
Thank you. Again, I will tell you that the patient that we are talking about, that he has said that he has received money, he has not mentioned Medihill. He mentioned a specific name, an individual. Yes.
Oh, he did.
Okay.
No, he didn't mention Medihill.
He didn't mention, he mentioned a name of somebody that he got money from.
Yes.
Okay. So what you're telling us this morning is that indeed you know of this patient.
A known person to me.
You know of a known person to you who gave the money?
Yeah, we don't know the facility. I'm not aware.
However, this patient who is the subject of this story,
yes,
you are aware that this patient had the procedure done at Medihill.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
You say he came with his own donor, or rather his own recipient. You did all the tests. But today, the story, the way it came out, is that he fell ill later on. His mother then came to realize that his kidney had actually been removed. And upon interrogation, he told his mother, actually, you know what? I went to hospital. I gave my kidney. They were supposed to give me 600,000 shillings. They only gave me 400,000. Would there be an individual connected with Medihill? Because you've admitted that you know of this patient and he came and had the procedure done at hospital. Would there be an individual outside of the hospital operation who would then give him money?
I'm not sure of that. Yes. But from the facility side, I'm sure that the services were rendered to this client.
Okay.
Yes.
And there are rates that are paid when somebody comes for this service. So they paid for the service, for the surgery.
The same rate.
The same rate?
Same rate.
Okay.
All the procedure and protocol were followed. All the documentation was done. We have the file. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is another query that has been raised by the ministry, and this is in terms of procedures that have been done at the hospital without a proper research, pretty much, on donor and recipient compatibility before the procedure is actually done. How would you respond to this allegation being said by the ministry, that you're doing these procedures without going through doing the due diligence to find out if the recipient and the donor are actually compatible? It has been raised.
Okay.
Which then brings the question in terms of this individual who went through the procedure later got ill. Do you go through 360 to find out that even after the procedure, the donor will remain running their lives as normal?
Dennis, I have to ask a question, please, if I may.
Yes.
The ministry is alleging that they do not do. You just read what it is that the ministry is alleging.
The ministry says that transplants are conducted despite poor donor-recipient compatibility.
No.
They have evidence to support this.
That is, they said they did the investigations and this is what they found
at the hospital. That is what they say.
Yes.
For there to be incompatibility, there will be patients who are very unwell.
Yes.
Which is what was one of the triggers about this entire story, because one of the gentlemen was extremely unwell after the procedure. And this is why then the red flags were raised. That what essentially happened with him. Did you do any follow-up? Did this gentleman, who again is the subject of the story, come back to hospital and complain about feeling unwell post-procedure?
No.
So you've not seen him again?
No, I've not seen the patient coming back and complaining unless I do an investigation.
Is it the donor who was complaining, or is it the recipient?
The donor.
The donor was complaining.
Right. When you go through these procedures, there is an after-surgery process and care that you must be inducted into.
Yeah, we follow.
All that was followed.
Yes.
Because there are things you're told not to do for a period of time. There are things you should do. There's an entire process. So, your hospital went through this protocol and ensured that both the recipient and the donor were carefully taken through these processes so they knew.
Yes.
Okay. When you take people through this process, is it something written which they can be given to go home with? Because if you simply speak, somebody can forget.
We have.
You do? Yeah. It is written down. So somebody has, it's documented. We're telling you, we tell you, and then we give you the documentation. This is what you need to do after the procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. And in this case, that is what was done.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So,
and to answer you again, you are talking about a very sick patient which transplant was done. All the patients which the transplant have been done for the donor and the recipient, the clinical team ensures that the patient is fit before the transplant is done. Yeah, all these procedures which have been done.
And what about follow-up?
Follow-up, it's there.
How is that done?
Postoperative care is done.
Yes.
So the patient comes back to the clinic and then we make follow-up through call.
Did this particular patient come back to hospital and get a follow-up procedure done post-procedure? I asked this question before.
Yes.
Did he?
I don't have...
But you have information that other patients who've gone through a procedure will come back post-procedure and get a follow-up procedure done. Why would you not know about this one?
Maybe let me ask a different one. The follow-up question has been asked. You also said you follow up by calling. Did you call this patient? If they didn't come, did you call to find out why they haven't come?
Yeah, I'll check from our records. I think it was.
So we don't know.
Yeah, I'll check. I'll check. I'll confirm that.
Whether he was followed.
Yes.
Okay. These allegations, these suspicions, these perceptions are quite serious, because we're dealing with a situation whereby, in as much as it is not illegal to donate your own organs, whether for pay or for goodwill, the question in terms of this has become a place whereby harvesting is taking place comes into question, and that's why the ministry is saying let them do an audit. Now, Marilyn, would there be anything that would then require this kind of audit? Because it would be rare or strange for a ministry to say we want to do an audit based off of one case or based off of suspicion. And I ask the question again, why would the ministry want to take that route whereby of 8 facilities around the country, Medihill Group is one of them?
Thank you. We are working very well with the ministry, and sometimes it is their routine check to come and do certain investigations, certain procedures.
Have they done it before?
Yes.
On what?
They came before regarding the kidney transplant, and then the finding was done, and it was okay.
What was the finding?
It was positive, because we had 99%, and there were no any accusation about the trafficking. It was that it was the previous allegation again about trafficking. Oh, you remember that one for Shakaola? Yes.
Okay.
So the ministry has done its investigations, and
like the routine.
The routine checkups. You've passed with the flying colours.
Yeah, we work with the minister.
How many times a year do they have this checkup, this routine fact-finding processes?
It depends. Sometimes yearly.
Sometimes yearly?
Yeah.
Are there years when they do not come?
It's very rare.
It's rare.
That person will come.
So,
if not directly, but someone will come.
Okay.
Is the hospital operating at the moment?
Not 100%. Yeah, currently the facility is operating with 5 departments.
5 departments.
Which
yes.
are these?
Outpatient, maternity, IVF, that is test to babies, kidney transplant, orthopedics. Yes.
And what are the other departments that are not functioning?
Yeah, we have other departments which are not functional, like dental, ophthalmology. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, we had some issues with financial constraint, like any other business kind of. Yeah.
Let me take you back to 2024, Marilyn, where the Kenya Renal Association called for the immediate suspension of the operating licenses for Medihill Group in Eldoret, and this was over alleged unethical kidney transplants performed at the facility. You're aware of this case?
It was not formally.
It was formal. And let me tell you some more. It was a statement. It was dated the 3rd of May. The association stated that they had received reports indicating an increasing trend of transplant commercialization and transplant tourism at the hospital, which is prohibited by law. According to the statement, in part, it is in direct violation of the World Health Organization resolutions, the Declaration of Istanbul, and Kenya's Health Act 01 of 2017. They went on to add that the evidence gathered over the past 2 years from donor and recipient testimonies have shown clear ethical breaches, including the exploitation of vulnerable donors. They therefore wanted the hospital's license to be suspended, as well as those of the medical personnel involved, calling for immediate disciplinary actions. I'll ask again, were you aware of this case?
Yeah, it was in the social media. What we normally follow as a facility, if the ministry or certain authorities come directly to us, when they come for their own investigation and they find it's okay, they will not terminate your license if you are doing the right thing. So, but what I can say that we remain committed to deliver ethical and high quality compassionate health service to our patients in Kenya and beyond. Yeah.
Has the hospital ever reported any malpractice within its facilities? Anything that they felt or anything they observed did not follow the strict medical procedures that are required of them? No. Okay. So when we say that information, when they say alleged, did the allegations pan out? Did they actually determine whether these allegations were true?
Well, we don't get information in terms of whether they went ahead to find out. They asked that the DCI essentially follow up with some of these cases that were brought before them. My question remains whether the statement was actually brought to the attention of the hospital and not via social media.
Yeah, it was via social media, actually. So what I can also say that we are cooperating with all the relevant authorities to ensure transparency and accountability. So if the authorities come to us, we are hoping we are accountable for what we have done as a facility, to answer them and provide the evidence that they need to the correct and to the correct authorities. To the right authorities.
There is the individual who was interviewed by the Deutsche Welle, and he has said what he said in terms of the monies that he was to receive. He went through the procedure. Now he is unwell. Has the hospital reached out to him to have a conversation and even understand why he is saying that he was given this money through the hospital? Have you reached out to him?
No, it's in process. There's a discussion about it. Yeah, we will reach out to him. Yes.
What would you reach out to him concerning? What would you want to ask him? What would you want to hear from him?
Yeah, our concern will be, we would like to know if someone is behind maybe hospital, maybe tarnishing the name and destroying the facility. I'm not very sure what are the intentions here. Yeah.
Since this report broke out, and since you say that the renal unit is still operational, how many other procedures have you undertaken as a hospital since 2023 when this investigation started?
As I told you, hardly 450. Yeah, more
Since
than 450. Since 2018.
2018.
Since 2018.
I'm asking
more than
from
450.
2023 when this investigation started.
I have to check and
What else does the renal unit do aside from conducting operations or transplants?
Yeah, they're responsible for dialysis patients.
They're responsible for dialysis patients. And with the dialysis patients, we have
done more than 1,000.
More than 1,000?
Not even 1,000, 10,000.
More than 10.
Yes.
And so
since the hospital
was started. And so even as we speak, there are patients who come to the hospital for the dialysis procedures.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. We can't ignore, allegations come and go. Some of them don't, hold water. But the repetitive nature of some of these things then, Marilyn, requires some attention to be paid. Now, by your own admission, there are people who come from around the world to receive kidney procedure. And of all the organ transplants, the kidney is the one that is happening at your renal unit. Obviously, that transplant is happening more than anything else. There are people who come in from different parts of the world. My question is, are all the individuals who come in for kidney transplants coming with their donors, or is there local donation of organs? And that would mean from Kenyans.
Thank you so much. Again, I'll repeat by saying the hospital is not responsible for for providing the donor.
I'm asking, I need to know if the donors who provide the organs for transplant are Kenyans.
No.
There are no donors that provide.
In Kenya, we have patients from Kenya.
That's my question.
Yes.
Are there donors?
More than 300 actually.
So more than 300 donors. So if they're donor recipients, so then are we saying that the 300 donors are Kenyans as well?
Yeah.
They are.
Yes.
So 300 donors are Kenyans. How do you get them?
For the Kenyans or international patients?
The Kenyans.
Thank you. When the patient comes to the facility and the pre-workups have been done, so the counseling have been done by the nephrologist and the team, and the patient needs transplant to be done, the patient will be requested to come with possible donors. So he'll not even come with one. He can come with a brother, sister, mother, even father, and then the cross-match will be done. The one which fits, there's some tests which are being done. I think next time we'll have a panel of doctors talking about it. So after that have been done, if you are found fit, then the transplant would be done with the person who matches the recipient.
Okay.
Yes.
So you don't have a list. You don't have like what you have a blood bank where you can go and donate blood. You don't have a list of people who say, I'm a possible, you know how you have donor cards, and but if something were to happen to me and next to my ID would be that I am a donor, I am an organ donor, meaning that you can take you can harvest my organs in the event of death and my organs are in good. You don't have a list like that. So if somebody walks into the hospital today and you say, well, this is clearly what your problem is, you go through the procedure, then you say, actually, bring the people that you believe would be possible organ donors. You don't have a list of recipients? No, you don't have a list of donors, for example?
No. We encourage the recipient to come with their own relatives. Yeah. We encourage them to come with their own relatives. Yes.
I think let me go to this specific matter of the young man who we know who he is. Are you able to confirm that the recipient was a Kenyan and that was related to him?
We have the document that both of them are Kenyans.
Are they
They have
related?
signed.
Because you've just said you
No, they have
encourage
signed in the
recipients.
affidavit. There are things that we can verify as a facility because we are not working in the registry of persons, yes. But what you can tell me, this is my nephew. I'm not sure if this person is your nephew. So you have to swear an affidavit for that. So they swear an affidavit for that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because the far we can go, maybe you can know my mother and father, yeah, by birth certificate. But my sister, my brother, my cousin, it will be very difficult unless to swear affidavit. Yes.
But you see, I could also come in with a black man from America and say they're my cousin, and you know what I mean. So in terms of the hospital just doing due diligence in making sure that information that is given to you by both the donor and recipient is factual, does that lie in your purview? Do you go further extent, say, to confirm the same with police?
But why should we?
Or is it left?
Good question. Why should they?
Why not?
I'm asking, why should we go to police? And I cannot judge you by your color. I mean, in your family, maybe you are dark and brown, someone else is.
I think
this,
the overarching
my
question,
nephew.
I think the overarching question here in terms of is what methods you use, due diligence for verification of the individuals who are coming to you. Because remember, you've said, come with your, possible member who then could be your donor.
Yes.
So the overarching question here is what is actually being done in terms of due diligence to be very sure of exactly what happens here. And these issues of money then changing hands, you have heard them, have you not, Marilyn?
Yeah, we have heard it.
You've heard them. Now, in order to disabuse yourselves from this particular notion, it's got to come out very clear in terms of what happens and how this procedure takes place. Do individuals indemnify themselves? Do they sign forms whereby they say this procedure is being done with my consent and etc.? Do those things happen?
Yes.
And after the fact, why would we have individuals who then come out and say that I have received money for this? How do you disabuse yourself from those rumors that you've obviously heard?
Thank you. I'll say what I mentioned earlier. The person who have accused Mediheal and saying that he took money, he didn't mention the name Mediheal. He mentioned an individual who is unknown to us.
Unknown to you?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why the facility are taking action on investigating who is this unknown person who have given money to this client. The client have not mentioned, and the authorities still have right to go and investigate more. And we are willing to cooperate with the authorities, no problem. Yeah,
okay,
no problem.
All right. Of all the cases that you've dealt with, you said there's a 99% success rate. So
even if this client will be called now in front of me, he will not say that he gave money to Mediheal.
Well, I mean, there could be reasons for that, of course. If one felt that they would be
I am
intimidated.
sure for that.
I'm
I'm very sure, 100% sure.
You talk about a 99% success rate. So that means we have very few people who would actually come out later and complain. Is it possible that this individual who felt pain later on is in the 1% of individuals who then had a problem with their procedure?
For every procedure, there's a possibility of complication. Every procedure, not only kidney transplant, not only Mediheal, any other facility. Yes. Complication will always be there.
The ministry says, you talk about 99% success rate, but the ministry says you lack clinical morbidity and mortality reports. Is that the case? Why would they say that?
We have.
But the ministry says you do not, based off investigations that they did in 2023.
I'm not sure of that, but I'll check with the ministry. I think my boss will check with the ministry with that.
Okay.
Yeah. I've not gone through that process so much, but that is it.
Okay, so
the question is, will the ministry document something which was not necessarily true? Are the ministry known to document information that is not true or cannot...
Can just be alleged, for example.
Yes, and say this is because if you say that they do investigate and they do determine and they do look into all these processes that you have, given the sensitivity of these processes that we refer to as kidney transplants,
You see, there's a body that was formed, that is the Kenya Blood Transfusion and Transplant Services Secretariat, and the Kenya Medical Practitioners and the Dentist Council, who did this investigation and came up with these recommendations and the fines that they...
Why I ask the question is, when they give you a report, the onus is on you to respond to their report. So if that was their report, what I was getting to, did Medihill respond and say, this is what you have written, this is what you have documented, but our situation is this from our point of view?
Thank you. We have not received any formal communication from them. It's just this press which have been formed now, which came yesterday.
Oh, the things we're talking about.
But we are working well with the government.
You've never received, like, what Dennis has just...
there?
You haven't received that formal communication.
No.
So essentially, the hospital and the management have not been informed that the ministry found them to be a little deficient in those specific areas. You do not have that documentation.
That was not from my desk, but I'll check with the board of directors if they have received.
I mean, even after this, the hospital did not go further to even request for findings because you are being investigated anyway. You did not try to find out what the report was.
If somebody makes an allegation about you, don't you think, and if it's adverse, if it's something that paints you in a negative light, should you then not ask them to give you the documentation? Let me ask a different question. If the hospital was to be communicated to, who would get the communication?
The chairman, maybe.
Okay. What would be your final communication in terms of moving forward and what is going to happen after you hear from the ministry, hear from all other interested parties? What's your message?
Thank you so much. My message is I want to request the media, especially the international media, not to publish something they are not sure of. They have not gathered enough evidence, and they just post not only for Medihill but for any other facility. And we are still committed, and we will cooperate with the authorities to make sure that the delivery of service at Medihill will be provided as according to the guidelines of the government.
Marilyn Limo is the Vice President of Operations at the Medihill Group of Hospitals Eldoret, has been our guest this hour trying to get through to some of these issues. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Asante Sana, good morning. It's 8:01.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Obaga. Now, Medihill Vice President Mary Lynn Limo says in more than 5 years, they've carried out kidney transplants procedures on 18 Israeli nationals. Speaking on SpiceFM Situation Room, Limo insisted that followed the right procedure and documentation was available for further investigations.
How many Israelis have you done the procedure for in the country?
18 patients.
18 patients from Israel?
Yes.
Followed the law?
Yes.
You have documentation to show that?
Yeah, we have the documentation. They came with the medical visa.
Why would that be highlighted as a concern by the ministry?
I'm not very sure why it has been highlighted, but if the investigation is done, our offices are open. We can provide the documentation, no problem and no issue with that.
Limo had a tough time explaining why most of the patients who are recipients have travelled all the way to Eldoret with their donors.
Not only Israel patients are coming from Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, among now Israelis. We have received also patients from UK.
All of the patients who came were recipients. And where were the organ donations coming from?
The recipient came with their donors.
Why would a recipient and a donor come from
After
Israel
the investigation has been done there, then they came here.
They came to Kenya with their donor?
With their donor. And then another cross match was done again by Medihill.
Okay.
Yes.
This is my question, and it's very simple.
Thank you.
Where are the donors from?
From their country.
Why
Israel.
would they come? A recipient in need of an organ, together with their donor, leave Israel and come to Kenya for the procedure?
Because of the success rate. Our success rate is 99%, and it's known everywhere in this world. That's why I think even the international press are really trying to press us down.
She also denied claims of trafficking in the institution.
According to what the ministry says, it is mentioned that information from Israeli sources themselves, from those that came to you, indicate that several kidney transplants involving trafficked foreign kidney donors had taken place specifically at your institutions.
No, that one I'm not aware, actually. I don't want to answer something which I'm not sure. That one I'm not aware.
MPs are today scheduled to approve the appointments of Geoffrey Ruku and Hannah Cheptumo-Wendot as CSs. On Tuesday, the National Assembly Committee on Appointments approved the appointments of Ruku and Cheptumo as CSs pending approval by Parliament. In a report, the committee chaired by Speaker Moses Wetangula said Ruku and Wendot demonstrated an understanding of the administrative, technical and substantive matters relevant to the positions they were appointed to serve. In its report, the committee noted that Ruku demonstrated, and relevant to his portfolio. As for Cheptumo, the report highlighted a similar assessment, confirming that she demonstrated knowledge of the substantive and relevant matters. Kimani Ichung'wah is the majority leader in the National Assembly.
And pursuant to the provisions of Article 152, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Cabinet Secretaries. 1. The Honorable Geoffrey Kirenga Ruku as a Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs. And 2. Mrs. Hannah Wendot Cheptumo as a Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage.
President William Ruto will host the Kenya National Drama Festival State Concert at State House, Nakuru today. The event will feature performances by winners of the 2025 Kenya National Schools Drama and Film Festival. The concert will begin at 10 a.m. This year's festival captured significant public attention, largely due to the controversy sparked by Butere Girls High School's play, Echoes of War. The politically charged play explored themes such as tribalism, ethnicity and inequality. It was written and directed by former Kakamega Senator Cleophas Malala. That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, let's take a quick look at what's happening on these streets. Traffic does continue. It still is busy on the Thika Superhighway as you come into the CBD. Getting towards Survey is where it's heaviest, and there's also a little bit of traffic coming off of Kiambu Road going towards Muthaiga Square, so it'll do that for some time. It is busy on Jago Road coming through the Makadara train station area and then out towards Landis. That's busy, and then also some traffic on the Eastern Bypass through towards North Airport Road roundabout Embakasi. Very, very busy, bumper to bumper in many parts here. As you get towards Raila Odinga Way coming off Langata Road, that's busy. Going towards the Nyaya Stadium roundabout, busy as well. So we're in traffic hour, not too painful, but some parts are sticky. Let's try and get through it. And we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very good morning to you at 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. It is the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, the Situation Room. And as we get through conversations that must be had, another one that we get into this hour, and we're going to be looking at a number of things. We will talk about, enabling business growth and sustainability. How do you foster it? How do you then make sure it is sustainable? And we're going to do that this morning with the help of the Chief Commercial Officer of Family Bank, John Ndugi, and he's here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. Thank you for having me here in the Situation Room.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room, where you are right now. We'll be looking at some of these issues, important as they are. But before we get into that, CT Muga, the strapping gentleman on your left, goes to your other left. It's on Wednesday. It's usually the other left.
Yeah, left is on Wednesdays.
On Wednesdays this side.
You're right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Interesting. I thought it's my left.
That guy's on your right.
Yeah, we'll turn it up here. He goes to a different African country every week, and he comes back with a basket full of proverbs that he shares with us every day. So he's going to share with you the proverb for today, and we'd like to hear your interpretation of the same. Fair enough?
Fair.
Okay.
We are in the Republic of Malawi. Yes, in their previous life, they were known as Nyasa land. Okay, my question is, why were they called Nyasa land? What did Nyasa mean? Well, lake, really. That's name Nyasa refers to as lake. And as we said at the beginning of the week, the colonizers must have gotten there and saw the water body and probably asked the citizens whom they found there what this was. And they said Nyasa. So they said, okay, this is Nyasa land. Whereas the reference was actually the lake. Yeah, so the proverb, do not be like the mosquito which bites the owner of the house.
Quite interesting.
Yes.
Okay, do not be like the mosquito
don't
that bites the owner of the house. So, okay, literally I would think the owner of the house by a simple slap or by use of all manner of dooms of this world would spray the damn thing away. So the mosquito is obviously endangered. But then, on a deeper meaning, I think it's all about to choose your battles wisely. You check your opponent. There are situations where you'd rather negotiate or even take a flight where you can't beat the opponent.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's one way to look at it for sure. And I guess we're getting into a conversation where you look at things in different ways. We're looking at enabling business growth and sustainability. First of all, how are things at Family Bank in terms of that investment portfolio? How are things looking?
Things are looking great. We are now in our 95th branch, opening 96 within this coming quarter. We have continued to have a very steep growth trajectory despite the tough environment. We've continued to enable business create and sustain wealth through flexible, affordable, and transformative ideas. Yeah, so things are looking up.
Okay.
We are now at our. We've now engaged in our 2025-2029 strategic plan. Coincidentally, that comes in with the fact that we have just also attained our 40-year celebration, or our 40th year. And as you know, life is said to begin at 40.
So they say.
Yeah. So at 40 is when you go back to the balcony. and
you're saying
reflect.
So the bank has reached adulthood.
Yes.
And just getting into it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that adulthood is then when you're able to start to advise people or take in advice and then apply it. And so then in terms of what is applicable for success, one of the things that we look at is sustainable business growth. And I'd like to look at it from the aspect of, the private sector gets a lot of responsibility when it comes to driving the economy. Economies are driven largely by private sector, and the work that they do. But in order to have a vibrant and robust private sector, it's got to be planted and it's got to grow. So, what are the elements then for fostering business growth? Before we even get to sustaining it, how do we get that seed popping out of the ground?
One is majorly we need to nurture or understand the environment within which we exist from a regulatory aspect, and also from the owner of the idea, probably what are they looking at in terms of what do they aspire to do? What is the vision or mission of the people who begin or start these businesses? And then I've just seen that from the previous discussion, you have just been dealing with the human organ trafficking, for example. Are you is the business that you're in, number one, legal? What are the governance structures that need to be in place for you to run a sustainable business? What is the end game? Are you in there for profit, or are you there to fill a certain gap in the society? And this relates very well, if I was to look at Family Bank, it came in at a time when banks had brought in a minimum operating balance to operate a bank account. And it came in at a time when also very many financial organizations were going down. So there needs to be that gap. So Family Bank came in to fill the gap, and has always sought, and that has always been our mission within the banking industry, to seek to fill a financial gap. So we cannot encourage maybe people to just start business for majorly profit. You have to be looking for problems and then solutions to those problems. And of course, along the way, you will need a financial intermediator to work between, or to play in between your suppliers and your customers. Yeah.
So as you talk about business growth and sustainability at that matter, there is the aspect of SMEs and how critical they are, and how the bank would then go ahead in holding their hand to just make sure that they grow. What is the bank's position on SMEs and holding their hand in their journey?
So again, I will take us back, or go back to the reflection that we have had as a Family Bank. We initially approached business from an asset liability perspective, but after running for those 40 years, and as we concluded our 5-year plan in 2024, we took a deep retrospection into how businesses operate. And we are now approaching business from a point of looking at the sector, creating sector specialists within ourselves, and in the next 5 years, we would want to approach business from an advice perspective, where the sector specialist relationship management approaches business from a point of understanding. So rather than the customer training you on the particular industry, we have looked at our business and seen that certain sectors, like let's say the agri, wholesale, trade, manufacturing. So if you are in manufacturing, you will go and understand the various aspects of manufacturing, and deeper into that, you will also we will also create specialists in terms of manufacturing in different areas. There are those non-consumables, consumables, and all that. If it is wholesale and trade, then what are their specific needs? They need to get very many people supplying to them. Then how do we enable them to receive payments and also to pay out their suppliers? So majorly we are just looking at, and as a bank, we are looking at simplicity or simplifying things for business and creating those that accessibility to financial services, because banks sometimes, or we have banking has been complicated at times, and we are seeking to become very simple and go back to the basics. We are financial intermediators, and therefore we will concentrate on facilitating trade between the parties that are involved there.
How do you facilitate trade?
We facilitate trades through first understanding what is the unique need, what is that specific need a customer has. And there are two people here. There is the owners of money, those people looking for places to place their monies. So we actually only buy and sell. Buy the money, place it, and at a rate, and then sell it to the people who need it. In there, we will put in technology now, and like that I've described the contemporary banking, but then there is the facilitation in terms of digital. We're putting solutions, digital solutions to enable people to make payments, also to pay their suppliers, pay their employees. And we've gone further into, from a click of a button, you can also be able to pay your bills. And this happens through heavy integration with payment services. We've integrated with Kenya Revenue Authority, for example. We've integrated with Power. So as we sit here during the break, and as one of our customers, we can facilitate. You can be able to pay these bills without going to a physical bank. We have gone further to integrate with now the corporates. These traders, the wholesale merchants, the manufacturers, and together and also integrated with maybe their suppliers, and also integrated with their payment system, such that by the click of a button, they can be able to pay their employees, pay their power bills, pay their water bills, as well as borrow based on the transactions that they channel through the bank. We're able to have their turnovers right, and then facilitate them with funding. So we've come in to facilitate trade in terms of lending for their working capital, lending for expansion. So working capital would be more short-term, based on what they do, and also bridging and structuring facilities based on what businesses do. For example, for those who run schools, we know that their money comes every term. So contemporary banking would say, if I lend to you for infrastructure, pay me monthly. But now we've come to co-create solution based on what you do. So the schools will pay long-term funding during when the school is opening. But then during this time, like now, they are most primary schools and high schools have closed. So we bridge for them. If they are short of cash, we're able to bridge for them to enable them to pay their employees as we await the school fees. And this is in every industry. So when it comes to agriculture, it's the same. There are those guys who are involved in maybe bull fattening. Their payment comes once a year or 1.5 years. There are those involved in maize growing. There are seasons with maize, which maybe is one season a year, sorry. And then there are those involved in, for example, the tea sector. They have two payments, a mini bonus and a main bonus. So we structure our facilities so that we do not ask for payments when the customer is not receiving the money. So those are some of the things we facilitate in terms of family bank's engagement.
Why is this bank called Family Bank? Why is it not called Agricultural Bank, or why is it not called a commercial bank?
Yeah, we have strong family values. We call on to the family. In fact, it started off as a building society, and its first running call was to providing financial services to the family for a better future. So we started off as a building society, basically funding the consumer bit. We started off by lending to the smallholder farmers and civil servants, as well as small micro businesses. And it was majorly to facilitate the family need, in terms of payment of school fees, payment of or purchase of farm inputs, and of course for the small businesses to just do their stock financing. So we have very strong attributes to the family.
Do you still do that?
Yes, we from our founding director, he started by doing that and identifying the gap. So identifying the gap within the family, lending to as low as 500, to now identifying
500 shillings.
Yes, those were the first loans. When I remember, it was in the 80s, 1984, 500 shillings would.
And there was no M-Pesa.
There was no M-Pesa. There was no technology. There was no Fuliza. There was no Pesa Pap. Pesa Pap came much later.
Yes.
So we have that culture of identifying the gaps within the society, and then coming in to actually co-create. And the minute you understand the challenge your customer is facing, and then become flexible enough to listen, and then engage them in a conversation where you will co-create a solution. So it has moved from that humble beginning, then into even revolutionizing. We revolutionized banking, because the then building society, which converted into a bank, was the first financial institution to do what you call paperless banking. It was an unheard of that you would go direct to the teller that time and get your money. We were also the first to do a smart card technology. Just before, we couldn't access that time. Getting an ATM was difficult, so it was only for the who is who. So we've gone ahead to when mobile banking, when M-Pesa came in, we again were the first guys to, or the first financial institution to again do mobile banking. So everybody else followed suit, and now we all enjoy our financial services on mobile. Yeah.
So mobile banking, making sure that growth of business is doing well, but then there is the aspect of, I am your client, I need to be in a relationship with my bank. The only way we'll understand each other. And with that, there is the aspect of capacity building and training for both parties to understand each other. And with that, I go to matters like financial literacy programs, mentorship and networking, and also just training on matters technology. The bank is big on this. Why take that trajectory?
Yeah, we need to, because there's the aspect of becoming too transactional. And from the basis of our name, being in a family, we have always sought to have our people understand their customers and understand what they do. And we even go to as far as participating in their personal events and understanding what they do And from a corporate perspective, we create relationships or relationship managers for our clients. And because the size has grown, we used to have like relationship managers managing just a portfolio. At 40, we then decided no. Then we need to also be approaching business from a sector perspective, where not only understand a portfolio and very different sectorial, like you become a guru in agri, manufacturing, trade, wholesale. So we are now compressing this and centering our people to even now understand each sector, because the size has grown. So during this whole time, we also engage in local, and we actually fund those events where we bring our customers together. If it's in a region, we again engage them, listen to their challenges, and also tell them what is new that we are offering. And then they also tell us what else we can offer them. During these sessions, even the whole management, from an executive perspective, and even the board goes down there to do a customer engagement, so that we do not become just transactional. We also listen as to how our people are serving our customers.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're looking at, enabling growth and also sustainability, and also looking at the mark that Family Bank has made over the years, looking at those milestones that you talked about, and then also trying to say, okay, looking into the future, these are the things that we're going to contribute to make sure that we actually do then have a growing business environment, and how to actually keep that sustainable. We're going to take a break at this point. John Dougie is the Chief Commercial Officer with Family Bank, and we're looking at enabling that business growth. We'll take a break at this point to come back with the conversation right after this. And then also look at ways in which, you've seen that because of this engagement, that companies have actually grown, and that they've been able to come back. Businesses have grown. They've been able to contribute towards the environment. And then we see it then taking a step or two in that robust activity. So let's come back after the break and delve into that a little bit deeper at 29 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
18 degrees sunny conditions in Nairobi, and at 15 it is sunny in Nakuru, 18 and sunny in Nyeri, with a foggy morning in Eldoret at 14, sunny at 26 in Ombaso, while at 29 Malindi is sunny, 21 and sunny conditions in Kisumu, while Kakamega is sunny at 19. It's raining in Kampala at 20, and we'll see highs of 26, while at 25 it is sunny in Dar es Salaam. Mostly cloudy at 14 into Johannesburg, while at 29 it's raining for a change in Mogadishu, sunny at 17 in Addis Ababa, and Lagos is cloudy at 27, with cloudy conditions at 25 in Kinshasa.
Traffic.
All right, most of the traffic this morning has been confined on the Thika Superhighway has been confined to Survey and then moving out towards the Pangani Underpass. So that continues to be busy. Traffic into the CBDs now, where it's really starting to turn up quite a notch. Coming off of the Eastern Bypass, there's still traffic then. And look at North Airport Road going all the way towards the Cabanas interchange. That is bumper to bumper, and it will continue that way for some time. Kangunda Road busy. The Thika Superhighway also busy even before Survey, but that's all manageable for now. Looks good on Gong Road getting into the city, and the Southern Bypass, scenic route out of the city. Think about that and use it. We'll talk and try to keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
John Dougie is the Chief Commercial Officer with Family Bank, and we are looking into, growing and sustaining, or rather enabling business growth and its sustainability.
Tell us about, talk to us and walk us through how it is you manage something that is often not talked about, and yet banks have them. Accounts for children.
Yes, thank you. We do have accounts for children, and we structure this. We call it our accounts for children is called the Mdosi Junior account, the rich young one. So what we do with that is businesses, of course, people do different things within the bank, because we have those who are salaried, we have those who are in business, and we train people to save for school fees, or for a trip for the kid, or for their university education. So we usually do a standing order. If you choose maybe to be saving around maybe 10,000 a month from your pay on a specific day, or when salary comes in, or when you have chosen quarterly or half yearly to channel a certain amount of money for a certain purpose, be it school fees, or be it for a long-term period. So this money just does not just sit there. We're able to again put in an interest rate, but we prohibit you so that we discipline you from, or we tell you you'd rather fuliza than go into this account. So we ensure that you stick to the plan. So there's a rate that we agree and place on that account based on the amount that you have saved. Then at the time that you need the money, or at the time you have agreed to pay school fees, it will not just come as a flat figure. It will come plus some money.
My interest is money that is saved specifically for the child. School fees parents pay. Money which the child can then enjoy later. Now, let me ask a second question in relation to this. Financial literacy for children. Do you have specific days when you ask parents to bring their children? You have some fanfare, you have something where the children can actually get to learn, understand about money, understand why that money is in the account, and things like that.
Okay, we have that account that so we save for the children, and you can lock it for a period, and we don't force sometimes. We cannot force, but then you can lock it for a period of time.
Yes.
If you decide to lock it for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, of course the yearly rate will be higher.
Yes.
If you choose to lock it for just the school fees, then the rate is lower, because again, we won't have a lot of time to also reinvest the money.
So locking it means that you can't take out money.
You can't take out money.
But it doesn't stop you from putting in money.
It doesn't stop you from putting in money.
Okay.
You can always add on to the saving.
Whatever it is that you put there.
You can draw. Okay. You can draw it.
Yes.
Then in areas before the COVID, those parties and everything used to happen. Now we haven't done it after the COVID because of bringing in children together. But coincidentally, it is one of the major initiatives within the 2025-2029 strategic plan to encourage further savings, and also to educate the children about financial or saving for the future. We used to have, or we still have, we do have the Kapigi Bank that the child, when they receive coins, they put in. But you realize the world today, hardly are we getting money. I have one for my own that I have kept for the last 18 years. And when money was flowing, physical money was flowing, it used to make sense. Right now, it makes very little sense to have that piggy bank, because people are digital. You can imagine if you decide to be sending that money from your M-Pesa to the child's account, or lock a standing order from your account. So you may not need the Kapigi bank. So it's one of the major initiatives we want to revive into
I always found this concept of a piggy bank interesting. Are they breakable?
Yeah, they are breakable because they are majorly hard plastic. But you see, when you break someone will know it was broken.
Yes.
So, and like when it is not openable, it is made in a situation, it is built in a situation or in a way that we are the only people who can open it.
Only the bank can open it.
Yes. So you can only break. You cannot access the money.
Access inside.
Yeah.
So 40 years is a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a big deal.
And Family Bank's been around for 40 years. And then, as you say, life begins at 40. And that's great. But then, looking at reasons as to why anybody who has been part of the Family Bank family will remain, and those who are not, why would we then join the Family Bank family?
Family Bank has a very strong relationship management process, or we are very close to our customers. We also have very flexible, affordable, and we have very flexible and affordable products that we offer. We are flexible in terms of the decisioning, or our decisioning in terms of financing businesses is very local, because all our directors and board is here in Kenya. So we have very fast decision making processes. We also have a very strong ESG awareness.
What is ESG?
Environmental, social, and governance, and we do it inside ourselves. For example, in terms of governance, Family Bank is one of the few organizations which have attained the 50-50% governance structure at the board level and at the executive level, where women and men are 50-50. That is compared to the industry average, where it is around 26%. So other reasons why you would want to join Family Bank, it is our investment in the digital space, and the fact that we can co-create and get into your business, know what challenges that the business has, and we have a very strong team of relationship managers that really come in to support you with the integrations, support you with the technological needs that you may need. We also have a very strong loan, or very flexible loan terms, like I've mentioned, depending on what you do, which businesses are you engaged in, how are your cash flows coming in. We engage in for example, contractors, very, very fast processing of bid bonds, performance bonds, and guarantees, such that most business people engaged in this kind of business need the service today, or now.
Yes.
They come very fast and need that bid bond in the next few minutes. And we have enabled or what you call devolved decisions to the 95 branches, such that there are limits. They do not need to refer to our head office in terms of those very fast and unfunded facilities, micro facilities, amounts below the 3 million mark, those that are not on the digital space, that need manual. So we've enabled the branch managers and the branch teams to be able to process smaller facilities. And as I've stated, also our decisioning for the bigger facilities. We have grown from lending the 500 shillings I've mentioned back in 1984 to lending over the 4 billion mark in terms of decisioning. And that decision does not need to be made out of this country, because our shareholding and our structure is local.
Let me understand you. The bank is in a position to lend someone up to 4 billion shillings.
Yes.
Hey, okay, now.
Yes. We are the 14th largest bank in this country, with a core capital of now hitting 16 billion core capital. We just attained 168 billion in terms of our asset base, and a strong liquidity over 45% against the regulatory requirement of 20%. So we are a very strong bank. I think we are number 8 in terms of branch network or touch points in terms of spreading out throughout the country. 95 branches in 32 counties across Kenya. 5,000 agents, so you can access services in our 5,000 agents. PDQs about 10,000 mark. And the journey continues. So we can borrow 4 billion.
4 billion. City, just so you know, 4 billion.
I am still taking it in.
Yeah, as you take that in,
Yes.
let's talk about sustainability in the sense that where we sit as a country, we know the president is big on matters, environment and whatnot, green bonds. But then again, there is the aspect of the bank tapping into that space, and this would be funding or giving loans to companies that are into, say, putting up solar panels and tapping into that. Is that a direction that the bank is also looking at?
Yeah, we actually have a whole ESG department, and for every lending that we do, they come in because we've. I think it's no longer in Kenya a wishful idea. ESG has to be entrenched in both by the bank itself, like I mentioned about our governance, and while we are doing our facilitation. In terms of the lending, the ESG comes in to check the social aspect of each engagement that we have. How do people deal with the recycling? How do you again litter, or how do you deal with the waste? And we again come in to support people. For example, if it is the waste, what are the things that we can engage in to ensure that we maybe use the waste for recycling? And we have case studies, and people that we have gone in there. They are doing some type of manufacturing, and then we've come in to again support them to do the recycling. So the recycled materials most of the time has ended up becoming a raw material for something else. So, for example, the people dealing with bottling, so that the cuttings have ended up being chipboards for construction of furniture. There's even one who has done a whole structure, a building, based on the recycled plastic. There are those who are doing briquettes from the waste that we get from sugarcane. There are those who are generating power from that. Then in areas where we have people again engaging in solar and wind power. So when we visit these customers, their need could not have been the solar. But then you find when our ESG team kicks in and checks all our customers, they're able to identify other needs that can support the teams. And solar comes in handy to reduce also the cost for running electricity or lighting in those companies. It has worked very well for people in real estate, lighting up security lights or becoming solar. It has worked out very well for people in schools, the lighting, although sometimes it can't cook because there's a lot of cooking to do. But biogas has come in again. So those are the things that we look at in terms of the ESG.
Yeah. Let me ask this question. Clearly, the bank is not afraid to back new ideas, new businesses, and to walk them through the process to the point where they can actually be a sustainable business.
Yeah.
Okay, now, clearly you have a strategy for this.
Yes.
So, for it to get to maturity, it has to grow.
Yes.
So, talk to us a little bit about the sustainability and the growth process strategy that Family Bank has. What it is that you envision, what it is that you want to work with to move into the future. You said you're number 8.
Yes.
So that you can become number 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. One is to be in the action.
Yes.
Because you have to be in the action. And as I had said, we are financial intermediators. And what we are doing is to have a very strong understanding of each sector of the economy, and then create specialists around each sector. So that when
specialists here are the bankers.
The bankers. Yes. We want to be, for example, if you go to manufacturing, we are training and capacitizing someone or a team of people to understand our the manufacturing business. If it is, and manufacturing is also very wide, so we are going deeper into saying manufacturing consumables, manufacturing non-consumables. Consumables would mean, for example, millers or sugar, people in sugar industry. So you go in there and capacitize your people so that when they are approaching clients within that industry, they are coming in from a point of knowledge. They are not coming to learn from the customer, but rather we have capacitated them to understand that specific sector. So they will always be approaching customers with new ideas, new technologies that the customers can apply in their businesses to further their business growth. And that, of course, will lead to customers getting attached to us, because when I approach you as a banker, wanting maybe to fund you or to support you with collections, and then you hear that I actually understand the industry in which you are participating in, you become like a partner. We no longer look at it like just relationship banking, but then we engage in a partnership relationship with our customers and grow together. So the flip of it is that these specialists may end up becoming manufacturers themselves at the end of the day, rather than bankers. The same for wholesale and trade. The merchants, the big supermarkets, the hardwares. We become strong in terms of understanding trade, the trade in which the client is participating in. And therefore you are coming in to bring value. You are coming in to assess the needs of the customer. And we have noted our customers really appreciate that kind of approach. It has worked very well for us in terms of our SACCO engagement. We've attracted major Taiwan SACCOs as a result of us approaching them from an integrations perspective, toddling them to engage in financial transactions that or becoming mini banks in terms of they can operate like banks without becoming a bank. So we've put in all the technologies. We've enabled them to, for example, you don't need to move out from your SACCO. And that's the partnership we are talking about. So you can always take your check at the SACCO and it will mature the same day. You can obtain a Visa card or a MasterCard from a SACCO. And this is hinged in our strong investments or our heavy investment into the digital space as we capacitize our people to really understand the businesses where our customers are operating in. That also supports us to really engage in the ecosystem banking, in terms of not only now understand this particular client that you are dealing with, but then their suppliers, and facilitate also their suppliers through retailer financing solutions. So if you are, for example, a wholesaler, you are in distributorship, then we are coming in to even support your retailers to purchase goods from you. So, that's the way we are really approaching it.
How do you determine which SACCOs to work with?
Okay, majorly is those that are regulated by SASRA. So
we have some which are not.
Yes, so we may not deal with those. So, but for those who are forming, we don't leave them out. If you are in a group and you want to form a SACCO, we then have incubation. We grow them, we support them, and SACCOs take time because they are specifically engaged, or the members of the SACCOs are pulled together by maybe one particular industry. For example, if you talk of the police, talk of the teachers,
civil servants.
Yeah, civil servants, wakulima, they are brought together by what they do or their area of operation. Yeah, so we also have the incubation, but for integrations, because integrations and technology investment is also heavy, they may not have the capacity when they are forming. But then when they get to the level that they are regulated and they have gotten enough members that transact from side to side, then we are able to do that.
What I've seen with many SACCOs, you can be a member of SACCOs in this country even if you don't belong to that particular discipline or industry.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's a group of individual citizens in this country who don't have financial might, but their potential is enormous. They're called students.
Yeah.
Okay, now there's a saving bit from the parents, but the students I have in mind now are those ones who've finished post-secondary school education.
Before university.
Before university, and then also to university. Why I say this is because people in your industry talk agree about financial discipline. Now, the piggy bank issue, as far as I'm concerned, is not outdated. At what age do children start talking?
Nowadays, 2, 3.
2, 3. So yes, they know how to say.
For girls, it's 9 months.
Okay, fine. Now,
I can see a joke that's going to be made from that, but let's just
Why I'm going there is because imagine talking about a bank account to a 2-year-old without some physical representation of it would be difficult.
Yes.
The piggy bank becomes very, very useful up until. So if they understand the concept of saving from around 2 years of age when they can talk back at you, or literally talk back at you, or even 1.5, so long as they do it, they then understand the concept without realizing the implications which they will realize later.
Yeah.
Now, that is taken care of. But this group who are likely to earn after they finish this education, okay, are there circles to which they can belong, which caters for their specific need? Because our university and the system we now have requires a student to be a little more versatile with matters of finance than they were previously.
Yeah, I would say that it depends on also what the purpose is. Because SACCOs are called savings and credit societies, cooperative societies.
Cooperative societies, yes.
Yeah, you have to have something to save for you to first belong into a SACCO. So, and for you to have something to save, you have to have an economic activity that you are engaged in.
At that stage, the economic activity is their parents.
Is their parent.
Yes.
So,
and their allowance, if they have one.
That becomes quite tricky.
Yes, but it's a good tricky, because somebody who is captured at that age, where I'm going with this is, the SACCOs, that's up to them to do it.
Yes.
But accounts for this group of people.
Yes.
If they never had one as children, but they're now at this stage in their lives, the understanding that as you enter the job market, you already have all these lovely ideas we're talking about. You've been introduced to them, so you know them.
Yeah.
So when you come across some money, you have an idea of what to do with your money.
Yes. So what we do, because the same guy you are talking about is also very techno-savvy. So within or inside our mobile application service, we have developed wallets. They are more conversant with, those guys would be more conversant with the wallet than you giving them coins.
Okay.
So they would rather upload an app where they can again within our PesaPap app, there's a section of saving. So goal savings, that is the goals for the purposes you've just mentioned, such that I can even if it is from my parents, I can hive off part of the money in a certain wallet, and also. We don't just tell them to save in that particular wallet, but also we give interest once you achieve the goal, you can say I'm saving for maybe 1 year or 6 months. At the maturity, we also again will give you some interest, and then you can go for the purpose for which you want. But we're in the process of also developing one that a wallet that you can also come in as a group and begin to guarantee each other for small facilities, but then do it on the digital space, because the current Gen Zs do not want to go to any physical bank. They want solutions on their hands.
They don't know that that's where the money is kept.
Right.
I'm saying they don't know that the bank, is the physical, that's where the money is actually kept.
Yeah, they don't. They actually don't want to be in a bank.
Yeah.
So we're actually reducing the size of our brick and mortar significantly.
As you wrap this down, what would you say to customers as you're giving them that message about what you do and how they can get in touch with you?
I would invite everybody. I hope out of this conversation, I've also been able to attract a good number of our listeners and viewers to join the family, the big family of Family Bank. So come to Family Bank. We will give you world-class customer experience. We will give you. We will be able to integrate with your businesses, support you, facilitate business, support you, do payments, support you with your trade business. And we really do invite everybody to patronize our services. We have 95 branches across 32 counties, so we really welcome them to Family Bank.
John Dugi is the Chief Commercial Officer of Family Bank. Has been our guest this hour, talking about growth, fostering growth and sustainability. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Asante Sana. Good morning. It's 9
Thank you.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah. 1 in 2 students studying in universities is addicted to drugs. Psychology advisor Ednah Tracy has lamented over the increase in the number of students using drugs, calling on various organizations to help reduce it. Mwangi, when interviewed by a news channel, said students who are going through this challenge are also facing mental stress.
It's worrying to see that 1 in every 2 university students are currently using alcohol. So it means that the number is growing, and as NACADA, we are doing the much we can. After the release of the studies, we are conducting regional forums, including the university students, the university managements, to come up with strategies that are tailor-made to address the issues of alcohol and drugs, especially in our universities. Again, among the general population, there is a problem, and as you have rightly put it, the issue of mental health conditions is looming in our country.
2 people were electrocuted in 2 separate incidents reported to police in Embu and Nyeri counties. The victims include a 14-year-old boy who was connecting power in their house in Karatina, Nyeri County. The boy, a grade 9 pupil in a school in Magut village, was left alone in their house when he decided to connect power to a wooden wall. Police said he then accidentally touched a live wire which electrocuted him. Also, detectives are investigating an incident where a worker who was electrocuted at Kadangariri tea factory in Embu County. Police said other workers at the factory reported that Moses Munyi was checking on a faulty electrical connection at the factory when he was electrocuted. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has urged the church leaders to correct the government with love, insisting that their roles are complementary to one another. He said that sometimes there has been tension between the government and the faith group groups, which is not a good thing, as they are meant to complement each other.
Tunashukuru vile mnatuombea, praying for the government, because the Bible says there is no authority except that which comes from God. And to say that is not to say that you must not correct us when we go astray. Please correct us. What we plead for is that you correct us in love. Don't talk to us as if over and above the correction you have other issues. Your role should be to correct us and bring us back. So correct us in love. And we are listening, government. We will listen. We will adjust where we are not doing well, and your input suggests that we do it differently. We will incorporate your views.
The Deputy President insisted that the government sees the church as a complementary institution that helps in the struggle to better the lives of the people of Kenya.
There is no contest. Those two offices are different offices. The office of the king and the office of the prophet, but complementary to one another. They are not in competition. And that is why all the wise kings, no king will go to war unless he consults the prophet. Church and the government have common objectives. Na mnajua ya kwamba the government continues to fight crime in our midst, to fight social evils, including corruption and other evils that undermine the development of our country.
For the hard-hitting, bold and stimulating discussions, keep it SpiceFM. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
Let's take a look at what's going on with traffic this morning. It's not been too crazy of a morning. We have a little bit of traffic still left coming off of the Thika Superhighway. It's contained right around Survey. And if you look on Raila Odinga Way, some traffic then getting towards the roundabout. And Aerodrome Road is also busy right about now. Some still coming off of the Eastern Bypass towards North Airport Road. But that's about the size of it. Keeping an eye on all of this. Trying to keep it moving. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 6 minutes after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And we're going to be asking the big question today. And I'm sure you're wondering what the big question is, but I'll tell you what that is. And in a short while, we have two guests who are seated in the studio with us today, and we're looking at certain issues around education, of course. And that question comes in: why should you pick tech as the course? It's the one it's the bankable one. It's the one that everybody's saying, like, if you can't go wrong if you do this. And we're going to be asking ourselves the questions why. And to help us through with that conversation this morning, from the Moringa School, we have Claire Korir, who is a director of project, as well as Peter Muturi, who is a senior technical mentor, both from the Moringa School this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am very well, and how are you?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you. How are you doing, Peter?
I am well.
All right. Well, welcome to the Situation Room. You're both in the hot seats of the Situation Room. We're dealing with a hot topic, so, that's apt. And so we're starting by, CT Muga will tell you that he goes to a different African country every week. He comes back with a bag full of proverbs. He's going to tell you what country he's in, and he'll share the proverb. And then we're going to ask both of you to tell us what your interpretation of that proverb is. Good?
Good.
All right.
Yes, we are in the Republic of Malawi. We are, the whole of this week, that is where we've gotten our proverbs from. Next week, we'll be concluding our foray into the SADC group of countries. The thing that is apparent and patently obvious about the African continent is just its wealth. Wealth in terms of resources, minerals, human resource. Yet, despite all this wealth, the ordinary citizens of this continent do not benefit from these. That is the tragedy and the sadness. You hear of companies, organizations that come to do business, and they're big, the names are big, and the benefit somehow never trickles down fully, so that even fundamental and basic needs within the country is met. So when you look at African countries, where we specialize in is in the poverty index, where you are referring to an African country in terms of how poor it is compared to other nations of the world. Now, the proverb. Do not be like a mosquito which bites the owner of the house. Do not be like the mosquito which bites the owner of the house.
Let's start with you, Claire.
So I'm just thinking about how I fight with my mosquitoes on a weekly basis. But I think maybe I'll just speak to my personal experience around going to school and my education journey. I went to school in the US, and I remember at that point, everybody was telling me there's no way you're coming back. You got the opportunity to leave. You went to Colombia. Do not come back. And one of the things that I said to myself and did not disclose to anyone, even my parents, I said, I must come back because I'm not needed in the US. So for my interpretation is that I wanted to be the person who would bring whatever development or be part of the transformation and the journey of the African continent. So I didn't want to be the person who removes blood, if you think about the mosquito, what it does, actually be the person that brings edification and progress to the African continent.
You didn't want to be part of the brain drain.
I did not want to do that. It was the easier thing to do, but I didn't want to do that.
So you chose a path less trodden.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant. What about you?
I think I'll move with what Claire is also saying, in the sense that when I think about it, I'll say, how about just being part of the people that do not bring bad cause, but actually being in an advantage point of bringing an advantage point. Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. All right. So even with those interpretations, we are taking in that big question this morning, and that's the one where we're asking that why should you choose tech? It seems to be the bankable course that we're asking folks to, get into after high school. And everybody's saying, I don't want to be. And we're getting past that. I want to be a lawyer. I want to be a doctor kind of thing. That has been the conversation for the longest time. So the question that we're looking into this morning then is asking ourselves the question, and then, of course, in relation to the things that the Moringa School does, but beyond that and where the world is going today, the question for us today, and we can start off with that, is that, why tech is one of the safest bets today. We'll start with you, Claire.
So I think it's now common knowledge that the job market is shifting, and it's shifting pretty hard. And one of the most versatile careers that you can actually pick at this point is actually tech, because you don't have to, it's not like a niche career, sort of like being a doctor. You can actually have and do tech in various different industries, right? You can be able to be a versatile person. And because a lot of people are thinking about how do I cut my costs? How do I increase my margins? People are looking to go the route of automation. People are looking to go the route of protecting their digital assets. So with the shift that is happening, not just in tech as an industry itself, but in the different and in the various industries that exist, for sure, tech is the way to go, because you can be able to actually transcend, right, just the industry itself, as a software engineer, as a cybersecurity engineer, UX, UI designer.
Yeah. See, when you talk about tech as a solution, true, it is a solution. But as someone in this room would say, some of us who are ancient crocodiles, how do we get involved in this tech?
You see, the beauty of tech is that it doesn't, if you think about upskilling as a continuous process of learning that we all have to do regardless of our careers, tech is the most, I would say, ubiquitous and the most accessible, right? You're able to upskill pretty quickly, right? And beyond Moringa,
ubiquitous.
It is let's say it is the most accessible. It is the most accessible of all upskilling areas, right? Partly because you do have so many platforms beyond Moringa, from Udemy to Coursera, and of course you can say Moringa, that you can actually upskill, and it is not constrained within the walls, say, of a university. If you think about all these platforms where you can upskill, so for example, in your ancient role,
yes,
you can be able to.
You must for future reference, you must understand who the ancient crocodile is.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
If you cast your gaze in my direction, yes, you will understand with greater clarity the reptilian nature of certain people in this room. Please go on. Yes.
But I would say, learning, you can learn at any age. As long as you think of yourself as a learner and a student of life, you can always, find yourself in a classroom, to acquire new skills. Yeah.
Okay, so then what are some of the things that we're looking at that folks are tapping into today that essentially makes it relevant? So you say that no matter where you look, then tech definitely is the best bet. What are some of those areas?
I think the biggest thing right now and the biggest buzzword is AI, machine learning, data science. And I think in Moringa, actually, what we can offer is data science. And this is not just from a point of view where you just think about data. You can also think about it from a business point, in the sense that once you do data science, you can think about, how can I actually be able to provide insights to certain businesses? How can I be able to actually say, maybe there's a certain trend that we can set in business. So away from the software engineering bit, you can be able to do machine learning, which is also, I think, a bit of in data science. You can be able to be trained in AI and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Okay. What does AI promise? Well, so when we talk about AI, everybody thinks, okay, well, when we combine AI with students, coming out of high school into university, the first thing we think of, here's this nifty tool for how I can get my thesis written, or here is a tool for how I can get my assignments done. But it's beyond that. And what are we looking at in terms of how that can be used?
Well, in different industries, you'll actually get different answers. Because, for instance, if you look at the medical industry, you'll see that AI actually assists in identifying certain patterns, maybe if you're checking for cancer cells and things like that. If you look at agriculture, you can be able to predict maybe yields and things like that. If you look at software engineering, especially what most of us are used to, especially in assistance, like something simple as, hey, Google, you can also look at that. So there is a lot of opportunities in AI that transcends just the small bit of prompt engineering. Even in big industries, there is a lot of it. Yeah.
You are the senior technical mentor.
Yes.
Okay, how does AI work?
Well, there's usually a tech joke about AI. Sorry to say it, but there's usually a tech joke about AI being a lot of if statements. Yeah, so where you put like sort of operations conditions to be met. If this happens, this should be done. But now, in a more technical bit, AI is actually a lot of things. Yeah, if you try to dive deeper into it, you'll see that there is a lot of even mathematical operations working under. But in the most simple way, I can say that it's just having models that allow us to be able to actually have certain expectations met. Because when you look at AI, there's different fields from machine learning and so on and so forth.
You know, that's really broad, because I will then ask you, expectations met. A young person wants to get married. I'm going by what you've said.
Yes.
And they go to AI. So,
looking for qualities.
Yes. Expectations met. Okay. Expectation is to get married. So you go to AI. These functions of AI that are mathematical, analytical, and the things you've said.
Yes.
How does AI help this individual?
Well, I can try to answer that. One of the biggest thing that you'll see if you are actually a conversant person in social media and a lot of reels, you'll always see people saying there are certain ways you can structure your prompts and you'll get certain answers. So in some way, if you're thinking about marriage and you actually have to be in a place where you understand yourself. So there are certain things you can, or certain prompts you can actually ask something like as easy as ChatGPT, and it can be able to tell you. An easy one you can even ask is, what does a healthy relationship look like? And it will be able to recommend a few answers, with a caveat that sometimes it can actually be wrong. So depends with what you want to get, but it can be able to enhance some of the knowledge that you already have.
Is it actually wrong, or is it that it is limited in where it sources the information it then gives you?
I wouldn't say, I would say sometimes wrong, but also in certain situations limited to the information that it has been fed. Yes.
Okay. So when we look at, career paths, or when we look at educational courses, Claire, that students would be taking moving into the future, or even presently, how has technology influenced some of those things over time, and what are we seeing is a different direction that folks are taking?
So I'll speak from what we have seen over the last 10 years as Moringa, is that 10 years when Moringa was set up, the primary course that people were coming in and were really excited about was the software engineering pathway. But over the last 10 years, we've seen an increase in interest in courses like UX and UI design. Cybersecurity is really big right now, data analytics. And more, we are actually seeing more interest in our data science course. We also have people who are looking to go into more advanced courses, such as DevOps, and also like more advanced cybersecurity courses, especially because you find, specifically for cybersecurity, institutions do not like hiring people from the outside. They would prefer to actually upskill their software engineers to be cybersecurity specialists because of the very specific nature of some of the issues that they deal with. Yeah.
So what level of education then do you provide to your students so that this particular opportunities that we are talking about, one, it's understood and can be fully taken advantage of?
So we have 3 levels. We have what we call entry level. These courses are geared towards someone who's coming straight out of high school and is looking to just explore. I want to see what opportunities the tech space offers, right? And a lot of those who come to our Foundations of Software Engineering course. They come to our Intro to Data Analytics course, our Intro to Cybersecurity course. Then we have sort of an in-between entry level and intermediate, our Software Engineering course. You can still go in as straight out of high school, but it is quite technical, as Peter will mention to you. And then you have our data science offering, and you have our sort of intermediate cybersecurity course offering. And then we have then more advanced, which is
how do these courses measure with institutions in the West, in the East, who have students of similar ages and who teach similar subjects? How do they measure?
So one of the big differentiators, especially in the West, so I'll caveat this by saying our curriculum is actually provided by a pretty big boot camp in the US called Flatiron School. We did that because we really wanted to measure up with the global learning standards, especially in tech, because that is where a lot of the tech actually comes from in tech education. So the caveat here is that when you go to institutions and schools in the US, for example, people are learning coding in middle school, right? By the time you're in high school, you have the fundamentals of computer science. You're probably good at Python if you've taken that pathway. But that's not the same as here, right? You're coming straight out of high school. You have barely learned any computer skills, any Python, any coding. You don't have any of that. So the big comparison here is that we have to actually start from scratch, right? And sometimes we have to even teach students how to use a laptop in those initial days. So it can be a little bit of a struggle, but I think there's definitely still a place and a space for us, because our accelerated learning pushes you from being and coming in with minimal to no education in coding to actually being able to do so within a span of, say, 3 to 6 months.
So with the tech space being what it is today and how booming pretty much it's getting in the country, what's the numbers in terms of those who are seeking who are seeking to get acquainted within the tech space? What are the numbers if you're looking at it?
So we'll speak to the numbers that we have,
yes,
right? So what we're seeing in terms of demand, Moringa School started with four students, right, 10 years ago. Now we are skilling about 4,500 students a year. We cannot be able to meet that demand. And we are in a space that has, universities, we have other boot camps that have come into the space, right, and we're not able to meet that demand. So there is a lot of need, right? And a lot of people just come in saying, I don't know where I want to land. I just know that I want to be in tech, right? So there's there's a pretty big demand there.
We're talking about 4,500 and still counting. I mean, is the country, as we speak, able to absorb all these takers that we have? Or is it a question of, I'll just bolt and go somewhere else? Do we see them like reside here or just bolt and leave?
I think I can take that. One of the greatest thing, and I think a phrase that most of us are acquainted with is nowadays the globe is a village, and what you find that is you're not limited just to Kenya. And I think if I can mention maybe something that was not that positive was when people were writing research papers, it was a lot of Kenyans that were actually doing the writing, and they were not actually writing for people that are here. So in the same way, even when you are able to get away from Moringa, you can be able to work for any companies. We have students that have actually graduated and working for foreign companies, not just maybe in the West or East, even for other African countries. So you're not just limited within the locality of Kenya.
So what are you doing? Because it was clear before when we look at traditional jobs, and still, I mean, I sometimes just don't like that label, but okay, that's what they are. When we look at traditional roles, it was clear. You go to 4 years of medicine, then you go through 2 years of it, and then you do another 6 years of God knows what. So you spend a number of 12, 13 years, and then you come out, you are a doctor. It is clear you will practice some form of medicine depending on what your specialization was, right? So with tech, maybe it's not so clear. And so maybe it is clear for us to know what kinds of jobs would you do? If you go in and you study, because we're saying that this is the bankable course, right? This is the go-to course where you are guaranteed of something today. What kind of jobs are we seeing that folks are getting into after having gone through the tech space of study?
You have data analysts, right? You're working, say, in a bank as a data analyst. You could still also work in that same bank as a DevOps engineer, managing that ecosystem. You can go in and be an actual software engineer who's developing code to build a product. You could be a UX researcher, UI designer, building a product, right, for, say, Safaricom. You could be a data scientist, right, working at a hospital. You could be, data analyst. I think I've mentioned that. Are there any others, Peter, that I'm a cybersecurity analyst? Yeah.
Now, I think one of the beauties of tech is, like Claire mentioned, in the sense that when you're working in an organization, they will rather actually upskill you rather than hiring from outside. The beauty of tech is there are certain principles that are shared across the different disciplines. So if you learn one, you can be able to teach yourself again. That is also the beauty of tech. That's why we started with opportunities. Yeah.
So as we speak right now, the world is facing a very interesting time where we have all these tariffs and job losses being thrown all over the place. But still, in the same hindsight, as much as we're talking about job losses, the demand for tech jobs keeps on increasing. So in terms of governments, policymakers just sitting and looking on how to invest in this space, how should we be looking at it?
In my opinion, most of the times I actually say in education. And I think part of that is being taken care of, in the sense that now I think one of our initiatives is actually going to high schools and actually teaching people how to actually write code. But now I think in the new curriculum you can be able to learn how to code while you're still young, which is something that is, I think, sort of a default in the West. So this actually prepares people to be in position to actually understand and actually have the skills that guarantee them certain access to certain opportunities. So how governments can do is just making sure that in the way we think about education, we don't think about it in a rigid way. We actually think of it in a way that, yes, tech changes, but there are certain things that actually stay constant for quite some time. So making sure that you are up to date. You're not learning something that maybe was outdated or deprecated somewhere. So just making sure that education is up to date.
Okay.
Yes.
Recession-proof careers. Why tech is one of the safest bets today. We're talking with Director of Product Claire Korir and Peter Muturi, who is a Senior Technical Advisor, both at Moringa School. And we're having that conversation this hour. Why should you actually go this way? We're going to take a break in a bit and then come back and continue the conversation. And so for many people who say, well, in the space, we'd like to go into the different career areas, because we've then been told that it really doesn't matter what career you're in. The direction in which the world is going, you will then be able to find that there is a tech option within other careers. And let's find out what some of those are at 9:30. Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room, continues after this short break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions at 19 in Nairobi, and it's 18 and sunny in Nakuru, with 19 and sunny conditions into Nyeri. Partly sunny at 18 into Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 28. Malindi is sunny at 30. 22 and partly sunny conditions into Kisumu, while the sun is up at 21 in Kakamega. It's cloudy at 22 into Kampala, and mostly sunny conditions in Dar es Salaam at 26. 15 and partly sunny in Johannesburg. And the rain continues in Mogadishu at 29, while it's sunny at 19 in Addis Ababa. Partly sunny at 28 in Lagos, and it's cloudy at 25 in Kinshasa, with sunny conditions at 25 into Beijing. Cloudy at 8 in Paris, and cloudy at 9 in London, and partly cloudy at 9 in New York.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, let's see what it looks like when we're coming out of traffic hour this morning. According to the clock, we should be done with it, but there's still some heavy traffic inbound on the Thika Superhighway. If coming in from Westlands on Waiaki Way, you should be all right. And on Ngong Road as well, doesn't look too bad now. Southern Bypass has been looking pretty good through the morning. Let's take a quick look at what's coming off of North Airport Road. Is also clear now. You're going to have some bits and bobs of traffic along Outer Ring, but that's to be expected through the morning. Let's keep things moving. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Director of Products Claire Korir and Senior Technical Mentor Peter Muturi from the Moringa School are here this morning, and we are having a conversation around recession-proof careers and why tech is one of the safest bets today. So let's look into, when we talk about recession-proof careers, because we're saying, okay, so what happens when, things get flushed away? Will I then be able to bank on this? And I'm trying to liken it in my head to, what we're told about communications, that it really didn't matter what career you chose or what sector you got into, there would be a communications arm. Somebody needed to pass a message from one place to another, so it was a safe bet. Are we looking at the same thing for tech?
It is a safe bet as long as you continue to upskill, right? Yes, this is one of the industries that for sure is changing the trajectory of the way the world is going to move, but for sure, you do need to continue to upskill to make sure that you stay on top of whatever changes are coming into the tech space.
These changes that you speak of, let's start with recession. What happens in a recession?
Economies
downturn.
Go down, yeah.
It's exactly. People are losing jobs.
Yeah.
Now, to lose jobs, you must have them.
True.
So if we are saying that tech then proves you from the harmful effects of recession, and you're saying tech can ride that wave because the recession won't actually affect it.
So what we've seen in the past is that even when there's an economic downturn, innovation does not stop. In fact, you find that in industries, institutions, corporations actually look to innovation to say if it's automating, if it is making the operations more cheap, right? You're looking to tech most of the time to actually make the industry more operationally sound, right? So that is the conversation that we continue to have even with our students about ensuring that you're able to actually ride the wave. And you'll find that especially during recessions, the tech talent is usually the ones that they say, we want to actually retain you because you're able to help us ride the wave and think about how we can make our operations more.
If tech is what it is that we tout it as being, how can you then use it to prevent that recession?
That's a very good question. And I'm actually an economist, but I haven't had time to think about how to use tech to...
Let me give you a thought.
Yes, give me a thought.
There are indicators that you're heading towards a recession. We've had enough of them for us to know what happens and how. Okay? AI that Peter mentioned here has that information and they can provide it. So how then do you prove yourself? How then do you use information that is available? Because the indicators, if you can allay them in adequate time, then what we normally know as a recession will actually not occur. You can avert it. So now, tech. How does tech come in to be able to avert all this?
So I think putting the burden of allaying a recession on tech is actually a really big task. I wish that is the case, that I could actually be able to do that. However, I actually think that tech, more than anything, is an enabler, right? So unfortunately, if your underlying principles, right, your industry, your agriculture, your education, if all that is not actually thought about well, and you have a lot of gaps and you have corruption, tech is not going to be able to fix that, right? But we are an enabler, right, that can make, right, these industries actually thrive, right? You can automate more.
We have corruption as a problem. Actually, the problem is not corruption. Corruption is a manifestation of impunity. And we can see it. Tech has been used to actually combat corruption very, very effectively. But these are the byproducts of political systems, politicians, and the way they go about their business. We're talking about information that can be provided by tech to inform. Once you are informed, then you are able to take the necessary steps.
Seti, what I hear you talk about is pretty much how do we consume information provided by tech for us to be able to put barriers and buffers to be able to be good citizens in the future. Which then brings the question, as a country, as policymakers, as leaders that we have, or even as Kenyans, are we at a point where we understand information communication from tech and consume it for our own benefit?
I'll say yes and no. And it's not just a Kenyan problem. I don't know if you remember, I think during the elections in the US, there was a lot of deepfakes and things like that. So it's not an issue of maybe just a country. What I can say is I actually agree with Seti when he says that it's a city. Sorry.
I am aware that people call me what they like, but yes, these two take the charge.
Sorry.
My initials, C and T. Yes.
All right. Sorry. So CT.
Yes.
One of the things is I like to think of tech as a shadow, in the sense that if there is an absence of light, then the shadow disappears. In this regard, like, yes, we can be able to actually predict and say that if we continue in a certain trajectory, maybe we'll actually conclude in a recession. But you see, in as much as tech provides that, we also have policymakers, and policymakers, I think, are the people that make a country run. So in that sense, it's just making sure that, as the way a doctor tells you, do make sure you actually eat well. If you don't, this will happen. And if you choose not to do that, well, the consequences come to you. So I think it's just being in a place where we have the mentality as maybe citizens, in the sense that whatever we provide is for the betterment of our country. And it's okay because sometimes we might be blindsided by not seeing the future, but here we have data, and I think most people have always said data doesn't lie.
Policymakers create a path.
Yes.
There is the option that you have to follow it willingly or not. Banking, by its very nature, and what we refer to as the fiduciary issue, the notes that we see, the reason why they are viable and they have value is because of the concept of trust. If we lose trust, it loses value immediately. The power that politicians have is based on the same principle. We give it to them and we allow them. Most times when you do not take any action, it's because the information you have hasn't quite percolated adequately into your system, or you don't fully understand the ramifications. Now, where AI, I'm sticking to this thing of mine, where AI comes in, AI goes ahead of the curve and is able to do things that ordinarily human beings sitting down in a focus group discussion will not come up with. Now, the willingness to use what AI tells you and the predictions that it can actually provide for you. How do we ensure that these things are consumed or are able to be consumed in a manner that many people can consume it? M-Pesa is consumed and it continues to be consumed. You know why? People see the benefit and they understand. It is the same thing you people are talking about. It's technical solutions. As they say in Kiswahili, kazi kwako.
True, for sure. I think, one of the things that I have been very impressed by one of the hospitals in Nairobi, and this is not something that they, designed themselves, this is something that they actually bought and invested in, is that they have an entire diagnostic setup, right, that actually uses AI when they're bringing in patients into the emergency room. And for sure, that is what he's talking about, the idea and the ability of AI and tech to actually use and make processes simpler and more useful for the people that they serve. If I could close my eyes and open them and wish upon a star, I would try as much as possible and ensure that this could be something that could be translated, say, even in education, right, to make it more efficient, right, and bring it more up to speed to where the world is. But that's not where I am. I'm not a magician. However, that is why Moringa exists. We exist to actually be able to move this country from where we are, and as much as possible be the skilling institution for the future and for the transformation of this country.
And those are the boot camps that you talk about.
Yes.
So maybe explain a little bit about those boot camps for us, because you talked earlier about the interdependency between tech and then other industries, that you cannot have, tech come in and be the solution if you didn't start on a proper foundation. So now we say, okay, fine, you didn't get the proper foundation, but we can come in later with boot camps. How does that work?
So boot camps exist in a space where there was a little bit of a gap from university education. Universities can be very traditional, right, and take a very long time to actually change the way that they deliver education. So boot camps came in to actually address the question around skilling, right? That industries need specific skills. So for example, a certain institution comes to us and says, my engineers need this very specific skill in robotics process automation rather, and I want them to actually use the specific projects that we have and the issues and the challenges that we have in the company to actually learn and refine this skill. And the reason why it's called bootcamp is because they are short and they are intense, right? And they are very, very practical. So you're doing labs, you're doing code challenges, you're doing projects very specific to this skills that is needed in industry. So how that looks like for Moringa is that we make sure that we are in constant conversation with employers, with people in industry, to make sure that the skills that we're teaching, the types of stacks that we're teaching are actually things that are needed and necessary in industry, so that that can actually be translated into an employment opportunity or gig work, right, for the learners and participants that we have.
I mean, tech is also one area where we see women breaking these barriers every other new day. Girls are tapping into it big time. So in terms of tech just bridging that gap, and as well as just seeing more women getting into it, in terms of, again, the numbers that you see in terms of women coming into it, how does it look like?
So we're still not in the ideal situation. The ideal situation would be if we have 50-50 balance, gender balance, but we're not. We still find that there's a lot more men or gentlemen who are coming into the tech space. So we're at about 35 to 65%, 65% male. But we are consistently being deliberate about making sure that we reach out to more women. And I think this year that is one of our admissions pillars, at making sure that we bring that gender parity into
the admission?
Yes, into our processes.
But when they do get in, they do well?
They do well. They do well. We are very deliberate about supporting our students, right? And as we have an entire team that is focused on supporting students, especially when they struggle. Because we find that sometimes, especially when you are in a class that is not very balanced, you don't feel heard, that's where you actually drop off. It's not necessarily the nature of the content. So we have an entire department that is dedicated to student support, ensuring that we are in the students' business. They know we're here to help. This additional support during the week, over the weekends, just to make sure that you are keeping up with the very intensive learning.
So, Peter, I didn't, and this could be anybody, somebody who didn't have or doesn't have the foundation in tech. What did they do? Studied business, study something else, and then they come and say, well, I want to be able to get into a space whereby I can use it in the future. How then do they get started?
That is an interesting question, because I have had students like that. Ones that maybe are completely green, other ones that are actually shifting from maybe they want to do a career switch. What I'll say is the way the content is structured, anyone and everybody can do it. What usually matters for me, and it's one of the greatest speech I usually tell students before they start, is just make sure that your mentality is actually in a point of I am willing to learn.
Mhm.
It might be challenging, but it's not hard, it's not impossible. So you can be able to do it. You'll come, you'll be guided, and that's the whole point of how it is actually structured. Other bit, I think, is the way the content is structured is it has touch points for you to actually reassure your knowledge. So you will be able to actually be able to go through it and come out well. You just have to, for lack of better English, send yourself.
You too, man.
Yes.
You know, technology is scary. Scary in the sense that it is something that takes a bit of time for someone to understand. And the earlier one interacts with it, well, the easier it is to live with it. Most decision makers, unfortunately, are not young.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get decision makers, more so decision influencers, politicians, to actually understand the benefits of tech? They may understand it for their children, but they may not understand it for themselves. I say this because when they understand it and somebody makes a suggestions of tech-related solutions, it becomes easier for them to accept.
Mm-hmm.
If they are not, they don't have to be tech savvy. They just need to be tech literate. If they're adequately tech literate, then the resistance factor with this idea is reduced significantly. So it makes other things that ordinarily would be difficult a lot easier. My question, boot camp for seniors.
That is not
Otherwise
a bad
asked us, how can I
Yes.
join a boot camp?
Boot camp. Can you tailor make a boot camp for me?
I have what are those phones that do everything called?
Smartphones.
I have two
Bus.
smartphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, that's your take. That's your take.
That's a lot of tech.
Or tech.
Or tech.
I think so. The approach that we are taking for, and I'll speak from what we are doing, is educating parents. So what we find is that a lot of the people who come to us because it's the child who told the parent that I want to do tech, take me to Moringa. But we are trying to switch that a little bit and have more conversations with parents, invite them in to see our student projects. We talk to them about career opportunities and things like that. That's the bootcamp offering that we currently have for the older generation. But I have to say that I think because of just how much tech has percolated every aspect of life, we are seeing a lot more people in the older generation. We are seeing more conversations that are happening with the Council of Governors, the digital economy. We're seeing some of these decision makers come to the table more and want to have that understanding to make better decisions. I mean, right now there is an AI strategy that the government just put together, right?
Yes.
And we're yet to see what that effect will be. But I think the conversation around tech is definitely in the right spaces.
Do we have then a retention program? Because, here we are having simultaneous conversations about training and work and business and growth for the African continent. Are we training now people to take that skill and that talent off of the continent? Or are we training and then are there requisite jobs for this training then to remain here? We keep having these conversations about unification and the strength in the African continent, but are we training folks to take that knowledge outside the continent?
To some extent we do, right? Because tech that makes it is sort of a global currency. You don't have to stay in Nairobi, you don't have to be in Joburg to do some of this work. But I think because of some of the conversations and policies that are happening outside of the African continent. You could even talk about tariffs, the aversion to migrants, right? You see even the bigger global companies are actually setting up shop in the big hubs, right? In Joburg, all the big tech companies, all the big global companies have a footing in these major cities. What I can say from what we see from our employment data is that we cannot be able to actually fill some of the tech roles that are coming up. There's just so many. The issues are just about like, we need the right skill. We need the right skill. But those jobs are actually there.
So one would ask, there is access to the services that you offer, but I want to talk about the rural communities of this country and how they can access your services. And I've even seen some of our listeners and viewers asking, your courses, must I be physically there, or do you also offer online? And if so, how do people like from the rural areas get these services easily?
So we have a class, let me speak to this. We have a class in software engineering, data science, cybersecurity coming up on May 5th. The offerings are both remote and hybrid, right? So you can be able, as long as you have a good internet connection and you have your laptop, you can be able to actually join from anywhere across the country. And a lot of the people who are in different parts of the country choose to actually join our remote offerings because they don't have to come to Nairobi. We also then have our hybrid courses where 2 times a week you come to our Ngong Lane campus, you interact with other students, with our technical mentors, and you actually have a little bit more of that in-person interaction that I think people really need, right? And sometimes even want. Sometimes parents just say, no, I don't want my child at home. I want them to actually come to campus. So we have both offerings. We have also explored opening satellite campuses in different parts, in different counties. Not as successful because we are just seeing that people, if you want the hybrid offering, people actually prefer to come to Nairobi or just have the remote, join our remote classes.
So when we look at the inability to meet the demand, that's one of the first things that you said, and you combine that with the potential of what can be done in this space. Is it not worth having conversations with policymakers then about what needs to happen in the future when we talk about job placement, when we talk about furthering or widening the education belt? Is it not, if people are coming to Moringa, for example, and other interested parties or players or stakeholders, then to actually have these conversations and say, guys, come on, we have to do something better about this, whether it's at the education level, at the practice level, it's countrywide. It's not just our little side home here where folks come in and they get educated and then they leave. It's nationwide effect. Isn't it about time those conversations took place?
Peter, do you want to take this one?
Yes, and I think I'll try to answer also a question that City asked previously about adopting tech. There is usually a journey in product where you'll have early adopters, and then after that you'll have other people coming to adopt it. Even the way he shared about M-Pesa. Before M-Pesa became M-Pesa, there were people that were a bit skeptical about it.
I was one of them.
Well, in this point we'll go home. I think even when you think about AI and other things, as of now where we are, it is not something that is widely accepted yet, but we have people that have adopted it fast, and then after that we'll have people that maybe becomes a default now. Do you have M-Pesa? Where can I pay via till? Something like that. Now to the other question, I think yes. One of the biggest challenges, I think even here in Kenya, was when I think Microsoft came. And you see, Microsoft is a huge company, and probably the compensation they offer compared to other startup or tech startups will actually be a bit different, right? So in a way that we can do, I'm not sure if we are here as a democracy, but we can be able to have policies that allow maybe for certain wages. This can actually maybe encourage certain people to actually stay, so that you don't necessarily need to see maybe the dollar looks more attractive than actually getting paid in shillings. Yes.
Tell us about May 5th. It's a big day. Intake. What should anyone who wants to join Moringa look at?
So you can come to our Ngonglen campus and sign up for courses there. Go to moringaschool.com and sign up for any of the courses. The 3 big courses that we are looking to actually fill is software engineering. We have both part-time and full-time, and for that we also have the remote and hybrid. For our data science course as well, we have remote, hybrid, and part-time and full-time. They are between 3 to 6 months, so depending on how much time you have and whether or not you're working, you can select which ones you'd like to join. And then we also have our cybersecurity boot camp as well.
And so how are folks getting in touch with you?
So go to our website www.moringaschool.com. Yeah.
Say it again, please.
Moringa School, www.moringaschool.com.
And then also I just thought about something interesting, is that in Kenya, folks who've come out of Moringa School, where have you seen them placed, interestingly enough?
Safaricom,
okay.
number 1. We've had a few, I think, in Twiga. I think there was one guy, I don't remember, he was a student of mine. Last I checked, he was in Germany.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's across. So you can have people either working in Nairobi. There's, I think, another student of mine also who I think worked for an NGO in Somalia. So it's across.
It's across.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. And I mean, I'm just glad that we're able to have these conversations where we look at, something that you can actually bank on and look for solutions in terms of what folks are studying today and the place that it will get them to into the future, And just as we wrap that up, what would be your encouragement for folks who are thinking about it? It's okay, should I not? Should I not?
I think if you want to have control over your future and you want to open yourself to many possibilities, definitely go into tech.
And for you, Peter?
Take a chance. Take a chance. Don't worry about a lot. Anything and everything is possible. Yes.
And that's the way to go. Claire Korir is the Director of Project, and Peter Muturi is the Senior Technical Mentor at the Moringa School today. We'll be looking at recession-proof careers and why tech is one of the safest bets today, whether it's through education or whether it's through the job that you do. Want to thank you very much for those refreshing moments to have that conversation.
We gon' roll up tonight. Black lights, spaceships fly.
Spice. More of the classics and the hits you love.
You played the best music.
Yeah.
94.